Welcome to Tales from SYL Ranch, where everyone is entitled to my opinion, and I'm Bill Stone. Well, we got an interesting one going on tonight. I'm not. This is all very, very impromptu, and it's because, man, some crap is going down good in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Oh, man, I have been listening to this on the scanner, the frequency that first responders are using since sometime this afternoon, and it's real bad. Now, I warn you in advance, this thing was very hastily put together. I spent just enough time to do a little bit of artwork for it, and that was about all. So I'm going to have to maybe build some cards as we go along so I can show you some of the stuff that's going on and things like that. So just to start off with, thank you, Marshall, about the stream. Just to start off with, among many other things, at a police precinct in Minneapolis, and let me find it because I actually have it. I've been on Facebook about this for some time. Let me see here where it happened. It is the... sorry about my... I have to view my comments so that I can say what it is. It's one of the police precincts in Minneapolis. There was a rather gigantic number of people showing up because of the death of George Floyd, a black man who was killed when police officers basically sat on his neck until he choked to death and died. Those officers have been relieved of duty, kicked out, and there is some chance that they're going to face manslaughter or charges or something like that, wrongful death or manslaughter. It's been getting worse and worse and worse, and now it is nighttime in Minneapolis, and the night will bring off even worse stuff. Let me just throw out some of the things that have been happening here. They've got some live shots. I heard earlier this evening, a couple of hours ago, that they had found a guy in the crowd. There's apparently a very large crowd. A guy in the crowd who had both a long gun and a rifle who was taken in, and a handgun who was taken into custody. We've now heard people, there's a nearby liquor store, and they're buying up all the booze to make Molotov cocktails. And let's see, what do we got here? Apparently KTSP has a live shot. There was a fire at a nearby AutoZone. That has fortunately been put out by the sprinkler system. There is more new fires being reported. The crowd is escalating its violence, more shots fired. They did earlier today leave, somebody left a backpack with unknown contents in it out in front of the police station. So things are heating up badly. I think I'm probably going to have to, I could be on here all night. This could be an all-night fracking stream. This is really, really breaking news. Now, one thing I want to mention to you is, as always scrolls past in my lower third, nothing you see in the press is real. Nothing. And that is absolutely the case. So what I'm going to do is, as I sometimes do with this, show you how it is that I get my news. We've also had multiple times when they've had to deploy tear gas. Now, I'm going to have to make some cards as I go along because I did not have time to pre-make them. So let me see if I can show you how I do this. Yep, they have a Cub Foods, a Target, an AutoZone, all of which have been looted. I'll see if I can find a picture, but let me get into the where the exact location is, because one of the things that I like to do is get an overview, go into Google Maps, see what it looks like, because otherwise you're kind of screwed. You know, you can hear these streets in the first responder frequency, which amazingly is not decrypted. Encrypted rather. They've been running an unencrypted frequency this whole time. Go to broadcastify.com. I don't know how many people are on there. Let me see right now what broadcastify.com looks like for this feed. There are 19,753 people listening to this stream, and it's been going up and up and up as the violence escalates. Go to broadcastify.com. It'll be right at the top of the page. It says Hennepin County Public, and then these 19,000 viewers. Click on that, and you can get to your very own copy of the first responder frequency. Now, I'm going to see if I can get this maybe piped into my stream so we can all hear it. Let me shut off my... what the hell is... What am I hearing a commercial for? What? Is this what I'm hearing? I am hearing. Okay, this is weird. Sorry, as I say, this here is live. This is me on the fly doing what I can for everyone, because I can. Let's see if I can get a different... Jeez, I don't know. What about that one? Because when I tried playing this, it looked really, really weird. Let me try a different version. HTML5. Hit it. Beat online. The listeners are now up to 21,000. Why did it give me like a commercial before? All right, let me see if I can pipe this into where you can hear it. I got a bunch of things going on in different ways. Yeah, now we've got, oh great, now we've got, there's apartment fires. There's an apartment fire reported. Don't know the location. Los Angeles is now having demonstrations as well. Okay, here's the thing, man. This thing came at precisely the wrong time. This thing came after months of people being shoved into their homes and starting to feel like they're going insane. So now we've got an actual problem. Somebody who actually was murdered by police. And it's going absolutely nuts. And boy, it could be a long, long night. They're using triple gas now. Basically 3 gas grenades in handy deployment, and police are heading away from the precinct. Now, you may be able to hear what I've got on Broadcastify over my microphone, but I'm going to attempt to stick it into my stream here. Let me see. How about an audio input capture? No, that's not it. How about add a audio output capture? No. God, it's been a long time since I've had to do this. Is it a media source? No, it's some browser thing. Well, I'll leave it at this and just run up the volume so you can hear it real well. Okay, the LA crowds are slowly growing, as I'm told here. Thank you, by the way. I have another guy on the stream sort of with me, Jay Marshall Presnell, old friend of mine who is a very strong supporter of this show. Been with me ever since day one and very, very supportive. He is giving me additional information that I'm looking down here to take a look at so I can talk about it. But let me do, mounted units are now deployed 20 minutes ago, and they're now on the scene. Let me see if I can get the location here up. Let me see here. I'll do an add browser. There we go. Let's call this Minneapolis. All right, we'll add you. And what browser is it supposed to be? What's going on here? This is not the browser window that I want. Oh, the URL it wants. Oh, frack, I don't want a URL. Get rid of Minneapolis here. I'll just delete you. Alright, how do I add... window capture. That's what I'm looking for. All right, do a window capture. I'll call her Minneapolis. I will. Yeah, there we go. Okay, coolness. Let me see. Match the file, Brave. Automatic capture, output client. Okay, this here is, let me get it so you can sort of get it out of my face. I will slide over a bit. This is the general area where this is happening. It's at the Minneapolis 3rd Police Precinct. And this street here, which is Minnehaha, this one right here, you may not be able to see it very easily, but this one that's going this direction is Minnehaha, and the one going this direction is East Lake Street. Most of the trouble has been going on right here on this corner with the police department on it. That is where most of the problems have been happening. Let's see. There's a gunfire at the police from the center of the Target parking lot now. U.S. Bank may have a possible bomb at the ATM. Holy frackin' friholies. This is not good at all. Oh, I just changed the frickin' okay, let me see if I can, because I've got my friend here feeding me data. Let me pull this, and I will change what this is grabbing onto. Minneapolis Google Maps. You may see me with my glasses on tonight because I need to see things that are a little farther away. Google Maps. Yeah, but that's not the one. YouTube Studio? No. How about Google Maps? There we go. All right, got my Google Map back. Okay. All righty then. What else am I being told in my chat by my good friend Marshall? Let's see. There's a live aerial view, hopefully. Now, I always like to get it to where I can see what's happening here and let me put this behind my camera so that you can see my screen. Okay, so I always like to figure out where things are. Otherwise, you really have no idea what's going on. That's the very first thing that I do. Find out where it is. You have no context if you don't live anywhere near there. Let me see. Okay, got another one here. Let me see if I can pull up yet another thing. I may have to. God, this is just, it's the things are changing so rapidly. Let's do a aerial. This will be a browser. Let me change this. Move it over here. I got so many windows. So we'll call this an aerial view. And, oops. Then we'll do okay. And no, that wasn't what I wanted. Damn it. This is what happens when you do it live, boys and girls. This is what happens when you do it live. Delete you out of here. All right, let's do another one. It's going to be browser. No. It's going to be window capture. And we'll call this aerial view. And we will do an okay. And we will add the aerial view. There we are. The aerial view. This is also very useful to see. Aerial views like this. Sorry that you can't see me right now. I'm going to slide this backwards a bit. And I don't think I can crop this thing down. I can only resize it. So there you can see an aerial view of what's going on right now in that general area. And again, I like to try to get these up on some kind of map so we can have some idea of what's going on with it. Let me see if I can put the first responder frequencies. By the way, if you want to talk to me, you can find me both in the live chat here for this stream here on YouTube, or you can go and find me at SYL Tales on Twitter, and I'm watching that as well. Let me move you and put you behind my screen so my arm isn't being covered. All right, what the hell else has happened while I wasn't looking? Let's go to Facebook. As I say, I have a very good friend of mine who's been feeding me data. So, let's see what he has to say. I think both of us are probably going to be up all night. As the top of the AutoZone is still on fire on the roof. Now, according to, well, okay, somebody reported a mortar. Might be fireworks, though. It might. Where the hell would you get mortar? The roof of the AutoZone is still on fire. And now my stream over here is buffering. Let me reload her. There we go. Oh, man. Yeah, so they've got everybody out. Every first responder in the universe. Speaking of first responders, let me see if... where the hell did I put that window? Hennepin County. There we are. Nope, that's not it. God, I can't close these windows. There we go. Let me see if I can get this audio feed to get inputted into my stream here. And let's see what my good friend is saying. No joy. Yeah, well, he's looking for an LA feed just to see what things look like. All right, let's see if we can add us. I guess. Color source browser, window capture. I need the sound on it, though. There's got to be a way to do it. Well, let's try this. Let's see. No. Default device, microphone. No. Cancel that out. I'm not seeing immediately how to get the audio to appear inside of my stream. So I will just kick the volume way the hell up so that it's audible on my microphone. Now, one of the things I do is, is KTPS off offline? Yeah, I guess they have. Well, we'll go back to, I guess all I have to do is lower you, and I go back to the map. Okay, now let's see if I can be, kind of a little more organized about this. Okay, nothing you see in the press is real. Nothing. If you're watching anything on the news, on TV, just mute the volume. What's happening there is, unless you're seeing something like an overview shot like we were seeing before. Whenever you're watching something on the news, if they're not showing you an aerial view like that one that I had on just was, it's useless. It's utterly useless. All that happens in a situation like this is pretty much what's happening now with me. The anchors sit there and free associate, and they talk about whatever's going on in their ear. Me personally, I fortunately have my good friend Marshall, but basically all they do is free associate. They're useless. They aren't telling you facts. So if you're watching something like that, mute the thing and watch, like aerial views and stuff. Yeah, my producer Marshall is telling me that KTSP dropped the stream due to airspace clogged and media choppers overhead. Yeah, I earlier today when I was going to get something out, I noticed that they had all kinds of civilian drones in the area. That's just great, isn't it? Anyway, so the first thing I like to do on these is I like to, again, get up, what things look like here. Where is the area? What does the area look like? And then I do this. I will zoom in, because that gives you a nice idea of what's around there. But what I'll do is then I'll zoom in, and I will drop me into Street View, because this will give you an idea of what the actual area looks like. Now, this is... that's Minnehaha, and that's the other one, Lake Street. That is the police department precinct where they're at. And right now, if you were there, all of this would be clogged with very angry people who have been stuck indoors for the last 2 months or more. And they are stir crazy, they're on edge, and they're pissed off because this guy, forgotten his name, was killed. And now we have people on the roof of the pawn shop, and the media live streams have been terminated, sadly. So, this is the best we're going to do here right now, is the fact that we can see the general area where this is occurring. Let me get me back to my own posts so that I can see, because I'm sorry, I've forgotten the name of the man who was killed on Monday. George Floyd. You may have seen this. It made some level of press. The guy, there's some pictures floating around out there of the poor guy basically laying at the edge of his car with a policeman with his knee on the guy's neck, and he died. You know, clearly, they were at fault. There's just no question about it. All right, let me listen here to the. There's a new fire. There's a new fire near a fire truck. You get that. And additional people are gathering on Minnehaha. Minnehaha is this street right here, the one that's labeled County Road. But this is Minnehaha. And then this is Lake. But again, the whole thing is pretty much clogged. You know what? I neglected to get my anything to drink, and my mouth is going really dry. Going to put on my emergency trailer for about 30 seconds while I go and grab one of my flavored waters.
And a hearty welcome to our drive-in theater. We have a wonderful evening's entertainment lined up for you, one that will provide several hours of pleasurable relaxation and diversion for you and your family. Did you fail to dress up for tonight's show? No tie, an old shirt and slacks, a house dress? Well, don't give it a thought. We're glad you came as you are. We just want you to enjoy your...
All right, back here. I just had to get myself something. I go very, get very dry mouth. And my producer, Marshall President, was telling me, because I couldn't hear it, the crowd has doubled in size in the past 3 minutes. And that was a huge crowd to start with. So, I mean, that's gigantic. God. And the police now pushing the crowd south on 27th. Let us see what that looks like. Again, without, having some of this to view, we really don't have any idea what's going on and where. So here is South 27th Street, around where you can barely see my mouse moving. So again, Lake Street here. Where the hell are we? Okay, here we are. Let me zoom back out a little bit. So Lake Street here, Minnehaha there, the police station here, and they're pushing people back to this street right here, which is probably a damn good idea. It's half a block or so away from the police station. So, and the police now on the frequency are saying that they may be overrun. Now think about what that means for a minute. If the cops get overrun, that means they're going to die. And God knows what they'll do to the police station. If the cops are overrun, that's really, really bad. Let's see. And the police are considering a hold on that push now, my producer Marshall Presnell tells me, which is a good thing, probably. That may be a good thing. Let me see if I can find some other local news. Now, one thing I also do is I will find maybe a local news feed. Let's see. Minneapolis TV station. They're all going to be covering it. Hey, let's go with CARE, K-A-R-E, over at demonstrations over Floyd's death. No, I want a stream of the actual TV station. KTSP TV should have something on here, even if it's not breaking news. How about a live stream? Huh? How about a live stream?
Okay, that sounds good.
I'm not finding one instantly here. Well, probably doesn't matter beyond a certain point. They don't have anything going on overhead, so all we'd be seeing is a bunch of idiots. All we'd be seeing is a bunch of idiot reporters and news anchors free associating and not giving you any useful information. I tell you when I'm free associating, like I am right now. There is now an unconfirmed report of a fire at the Target. There's a Target nearby. KRTV on YouTube has a stream, but it's dark. Yeah, I can't. I usually try to go to the website because usually they'll stream the actual TV program. Let me find if I can see something. News, top stories, blah blah blah. Listen. I was trying to listen to the
rocks being thrown. Some are hitting a fire truck and a barricade.
Throwing rocks at the fire trucks and barricades. They've been throwing rocks all afternoon and evening. That is par for this course. Police are getting hit by it. They did abort the pushback over to 27th Street, probably due to the massive number of people that are there. I don't know how many there, but when I saw the overview, I don't want to make any kind of estimate about how many people were there from the little amount that I saw from the aerial view a little bit ago. But it was a lot. I mean, I'd guess at least 1,000, something like that. So there's still the fire at the AutoZone. That's fracking dangerous because it's an AutoZone auto parts shop, which means they may have some very flammable and dangerous stuff going on there. So that AutoZone fire, I'm trying to keep my one ear on the police scanner. So let's drop back into. So this is how I do my news. This is how I get my news. I don't pay the slightest fracking attention to the news ever, to any news source ever, because they are almost always just wrong or free associating or trying to do a lot of sensationalism. I did some sensationalism. Minneapolis isn't on fire, but I did some sensationalism. But they do it way worse than I do. They do it constantly. What they'll do is they'll take what little footage they have and constantly play it over and over and over and over again. And they find the worst footage, and they'll play it over and over and over again. And it'll make it everything will seem like it's way worse than it actually is.
And behind like the Staples.
Oh, great! Now we got somebody behind the Staples. I got to see where some of this is located. This is Minneapolis. This here is the auto parts zone. This is the building here that is on fire. Let's see. This is the building where a couple of hours ago, this mass of rioting idiots went and stole lots and lots of booze to try to make Molotov cocktails. Let's see. There's a Wilson Law Group. Let's back it out and see what we can see. Sorry, gonna have to have my glasses again.
On the north frontage from.
That is if I can find them. Oh, there. Oh God, let's see. Oh man, the police team is split in two, running out of non-lethal ammo. Okay, so if there's anybody in Minneapolis right now and you got a friend who's going and doing this, call them on the frickin' phone and tell them that they're about to get shot at with live rounds. People are gonna die now. There is a fire department truck being rocked, and 20 people are throwing rocks. Not that I'm shocked too terribly much. This is turning into something quite horrible. This is this is worse than any other, by far, than any other protest for this type of thing that I have ever seen. Way, way worse. Can't really keep my attention on all of this stuff at once. So, one of the things we can do here again is, that I find really useful, is being able to take a look at where this stuff is. Where's
Just
the
getting in position,
target?
Fairfield and otherwise on the boulevard.
There is the Target store that has been looted and on fire. And here's the Target, and there is the police precinct. There's the Target. Okay, you can see from just judging by the size of these cars, right, and from what we saw in the aerial view, they would have to be, filling these streets, that street. Some of it must have been spilling over here into the Target because they went over there to riot and loot earlier today. It's been horrifying. It's been really quite horrifying. It's been getting worse and worse and worse. There is now a live feed. Let me see if I can get that up. Thank you, Marshall, again, for helping me out with this. Thank you. All right, live feed. This is what I love to see. Let me put it up at 720p. Okay, let me add another card here. Adding a window capture, and we'll call this citizen journalist, because that's what we're seeing right now. We're seeing a citizen journalist. There it is. Okay, that one I can at least scrunch down so it's not quite so horrifying. This is what I love to see. Citizen journalists. I like to see stuff that's happening on the ground as we speak. All right, let me pop you.
35. You can start all the lineup.
Yeah, I know it. Okay. Let me change my
we've got
citizen journalist. Brave. Shit. Frack. Facebook. Yeah. No. That was pretty horrifying. I had to get this in there. Minneapolis protest sitting fire. Okay, there we go. This I'm doing because now I can squish you down to where we're just seeing the citizen journalist feed. Okay, so let me take you and move you and over and resize you a bit. Okay, we are seeing a citizen journalist feed. Okay, so the fireworks here that we talked about are confirmed. It was not a mortar. Let's see. I had to totally mute me. My producer, Marshall Presnell, is saying he had to totally mute me. Let me drop this behind my cam. All right. So this is what I'd like to see. Not a bunch of free associating journalists who are just going blee, 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 blee. It looks like they got this. It looks like they got that. And let's be as sensationalist as possible. I like to find what are citizen journalists on a live feed. Let me look at this. See, somebody else has done the same thing I have. City on fire. They have a chat going through that I can't really sit there and monitor. Let me make you a little bit smaller, and maybe a little smaller here as well. I can reduce my stuff down to something useful. Let me go to my map. I will do that as well.
1281 to 1204, we need to resupply with 40 millimeter.
Oh my God. They're just talking about the weapons that they're using. They got 40 millimeter.
Go ahead for 1204. We're down to our last blast ball.
Oh man. They've just run out of ammunition.
You're going to have to get someone to the back precinct lot for me to resupply you.
They're going to go back to the back precinct lot in order to resupply with more non-lethal stuff. But they're otherwise out. OWT.
Send a couple guys to meet me in the back lot.
There is a second feed from YouTube. Let's have a look at you. Might be something I want to put up.
Can we meet somebody at the front of the precinct?
Okay, what do we got here? Looks like another citizen journalist. Yeah, it's Unicorn Riot. It's a citizen journalist. Let me see if I can. There's 720p, but boy, it looks terrible. Let me add that into my stuff. All right. Plus, window capture. Unicorn Riot. Down to their last flash bomb now, which is unfortunate because they need them. Unicorn Riot. Hey, okay. Looks like I got him right the first time. I'm going to put you behind my camera.
Their squads are going to be in the lot next to AutoZone. They're being moved up. I was also told that the first precinct
the size of you.
officers, there's 5 of them, are to report to the first precinct.
Okay. Oh, man, so many windows, so little time. Let us see what this lady on... I'm going to listen and see what this lady has to say.
111, you're an open mic.
Okay, Unicorn Riot, obviously an African-American woman. She's saying that the whole thing is very sad. So I'm glad to hear people saying that. I wish that they would leave. Because this is not good. Oops, I accidentally paused it rather than muted it. And we're live still on that feed. Live still on that one. Governor is now recommending everyone leave the area for safety. Yes, leave the fracking area. If you're in the area of this police precinct, get out. Yep, down to the last blast balls. Those are the triple CS units. And the front of the precinct is calling for support. If they're getting to the front of the precinct house, let me go back to my map. If they're getting to the front of that precinct house, that's not good.
That are supposed to return back to the station. Is that correct?
Yeah, they're calling people back to the station. What they're doing is they're going to attempt
Check with 3301.
to...
Aaron, she's handling kind of the staffing.
They're going to attempt to guard
I'm not sure.
this entrance right here of the police precinct. If they're drawing people back from there, that's what they're trying to do, is guard that area. Now, let me move some windows over. I may have to shut something off. I'll let that run for a minute. That's fine. There it is. This is one of my citizen journalist feeds. It's probably one of the better ones. The other one doesn't look quite... She's getting closer than the other one, I think. Can't tell.
Right now,
There's an idiot.
before the stairwell. Is there any way you can let them in?
I'm not sure if she's getting any closer or not. If she was smart, she wouldn't be getting any closer, that's for sure. Okay. Now, I don't know if you can hear the first responder in the background here because I can't figure out a way to shove that audio into my live stream. But that is what I listen to. That is the primary thing that I listen to when I've got any kind of breaking news. I find the first responders. And amazingly, they have not gone to an encrypted frequency all day. Ever since it started, they have been, oh God, now they're starting trees on fire. Amazingly, they have not gone to any kind of, let's see, what was it? They've not gone to an encrypted frequency. That's very strange. Ordinarily, when something like this happens, they go to an encrypted freak. She's not pointing anything at anything that matters. Let me pop this back up over it. What the hell? Sit journal. That's it. There, that's a little bit of picture. Into my chat. Jonathan Young, I expect better from my race. Well, I don't think it's just African Americans out there. I think there's probably lots of other people. I assume you're talking about African American. I don't know. Human beings? Yes, human beings. Yeah, Jim Marshall says, I expect more from my species. Absolutely. Sorry I keep having to look around, but I have so many windows up right now, and I'm trying to keep a little bit of my... God, I'm going to move these around here. I'm going to move all these windows around so that it makes a little more sense. All right. There's my window. There's the stream window, so I know whether it's good. Here's Twitter. I am paying attention to Twitter, by the way. If you want to grab me there, you can get me here either in my live stream. I pay very close attention to that. Or you can get me on Twitter at SYL Tales. The LA crowd. See, we got LA going on. Jesus, I don't know. You know what a great thing is? The best thing I can tell you about this is January, I got a brand new, very high-end gaming laptop. If I didn't, there would be no way I could have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 windows, 11 windows open. Let me see if I can close you. Okay. All right. Is smoke calling from the Dollar Tree next to the Target? I can't have you there. I need you here. Okay. Let me do the Minneapolis. Throw you up on top.
Copy, no flames, but heavy smoke.
Okay. All right. So what they're talking about here, let me drop out of Street View.
To the dispatch, I did check that Walgreens and on Lake, and doesn't appear to be on fire, but there's about 20 or 30
Okay, so
looting it right now.
Great. More looting.
Thank you for the information.
More looting. Here's the Target. Where did you say that was? The Dollar Tree? There's the Dollar Tree. So if we zoom out from the Dollar Tree, we can see that these idiots have gotten all the way. They are all the way from the Minneapolis 3rd Police Precinct, where they're doing stuff, looted the Target earlier today, and are now looting the Dollar Tree. And yeah, it's got smoke coming from it, so it's probably on fire. Take a look at this in the map here. Where the hell is my mouse? Too many windows. Take a look at the map here. We have this Dollar Tree, and it is connected to another building here. It's part of this little mall building, apparently. Next to outdoor mall would be my guess. And then we have the Target. If we got fires going on over here, then we could see this whole chunk of the thing ablaze. I just heard something about a fire.
There's just smoke in front of it right now. It looks like it's coming out of the windows, but we're from the roof of the precinct.
Jesus.
106 from our vantage point, it looks like huge flames coming out of the building.
They just reported.
Coming out of the Dollar Tree or which building?
Here. They're trying to determine which building.
North of the precinct on Minnehaha.
Copy.
101, it does look like it's directly in front of the Dollar Tree.
Okay, it looks like maybe they started a fire in the parking lot in the front of the Dollar Tree.
There's a garbage can on fire in the middle of Minnehaha, just north of the precinct. AutoZone is on fire, and there's smoke coming from the front of the Dollar Tree. 3 separate fires. Okay,
got a fire here.
Copy.
Got a fire here. And a third one that I'm not sure where it was. The Walgreens. Where's the Walgreens? I know it's here somewhere close by. Well, there's a Walgreens around there that's getting looted. That'll be about the 3rd or 4th building that got looted today. And let me look at one of my other windows. Just doing interviews with people on the scene on the other window there. Unfortunately, this isn't that great, but it's sometimes the best you can do with citizen journalists. They've got, their phones. They're doing stuff up through Wi-Fi. The way things are going, they could tear down Wi-Fi towers. Who the hell knows? Let's see what I've got going on. Jeez. Now we got multiple fire alarms going off. And by the way, thank you to my 2 viewers. I love having you here. Thank you very much. Please feel free to tell everybody about Tales from SYL Ranch, where everyone is entitled to my opinion. I am watching my Twitter as well as the chat here in the stream. And kind of watching to see what's going on over here. Oh, God. This is just... Let me throw this up. Okay, they were showing people here, not only do we have this big giant crowd, but they keep showing... Oh, my God, is that a guy in an alien mask? What the hell? And they've drug, this is a fire waiting to happen right there. They have dragged a dumpster out into the middle of the street.
3201-102.
Let me get you off of this unicorn riot thing, because that's going to be annoying as hell. There. Garbage cans in the middle of the road in front of the precinct. That was probably the one that we were seeing there. They're going to be starting fires. And they have fire alarms reported at the target as well. Let me go over to the QT George. I don't remember what that was. I got so many windows open, I don't remember which was. Oh, right. I've got Minneapolis up there. Okay. All right. So, again, what we're seeing here and what we're hearing about is they've got units deployed for the target, which is over here. All right, so they're talking about stuff that's on Minnehaha, south of the precinct. That's Minnehaha's this street over here. South of it would be over here someplace. And U.S. Bank has now been looted. U.S. Bank.
Put your line straight forward and start a line with Holly Century's line.
Okay, they're going to try to push back.
6603 copies.
They're going to try to push back the crowd. I just heard them talk about forming a line. Let me reload this freaking page. Maybe I can get the thing to stop buffering. That looked like my best view. Yeah, there we are. I mean, the resolution and the frame rate's crap, but this is the best you can hope for. I can't. That's a. Okay. What else do we have here? Looters are moving east upon the lake. Thank you so much, Marshall, for giving me this information. It's so hard for me to keep track of all my windows. So again, on here, if they're moving east on lake, that's this direction. They're moving this way on Lake Street. That would be good. If they went somewhere other than near that thing, if they're walking away from the precinct, that would be good. But if they're moving east on lake and looting, that gives them a pawn shop, which will have guns.
Permission granted. I cannot see your position. I say again, I cannot see your position. It's on you. 3 triple chase. I say again, 3 triple chase on you.
Okay, they're going to deploy some more tear gas. The dispatcher is at the roof of the building, or that's the field commander on the roof of the building, and they can't see where this guy is, so they're just saying deploy as you need to. Police are taking projectiles just south of the precinct. That would be, again, south would be over here somewhere in Minnehaha. So they're getting things thrown at them, God knows what at this point. This is a damn nightmare is what this is. Again, yeah, more CS being deployed to the large crowd. That's what they're going to do is throw some more tear gas at them. Again, the dispatcher can't see the location, so they just said deploy at your discretion. So that's what they're doing. Let me move back to the center because it looks like I can get away with that now.
3 injured 4 clear from the fire scene.
God, you want to look at something? You want to see something that's just absolutely just annoying as frack in a situation like this? No, I want Unicorn Riot, and I want it there. That's in the crowd right now. That's Unicorn Riot, some channel on YouTube. This is not a time to be dancing and singing, you freaking morons. Please turn into my stream and get out. There's no other good thing to do. My producer, Marshall President, says he senses the cops are getting worried. I have been hearing them worried for some time. I got to turn down this police thing so I can hear myself think. I have listened to quite a number of civil disturbances in Chicago, and I've listened to enough of them, in fact, that I'm able to identify certain field commanders that they have. They have one female field commander that I sure hope, if I'm ever finding myself in Chicago at a bad time, that she's there. Because that field commander is absolutely rock solid and just totally calm. You'll hear her on the radio saying something like, I need this, I need that, and barking orders over her shoulder. You can barely hear him on the radio, and then back to the radio and signing off. Absolutely calm. There is not a hint of anything wrong in her voice, and it has an immediate impact on the people under her. Listening to this, as I have been since I don't know what time this afternoon, listening to this, I am hearing just tons and tons and tons of stress in the voices of both the dispatcher and the field commanders. They have not been anything other than stressed. It's getting worse, but they've been stressed the whole time. It's not good to hear. That field commander in Chicago, there were multiple riots after Trump was arrested in Chicago, and I am dead certain that field commander is responsible for it not getting really bad. You know, you could have had deaths in several of those, but they didn't. And it's largely due to her. And it's largely due to her. When they start getting nervous on on both the dispatcher or the field commanders, watch out. You got to watch out. Police officers, anybody at all who's a police officer, remember this. When you're in command, your attitude impacts your officers. If they hear you nervous, if they hear you stressed, they're going to get stressed. So if you're a police officer and a field commander or something like that, be absolutely calm. You know, go watch Adam 12 if you want to, from the 1970s. The dispatcher on there never, ever was anything other than calm. That's what you need to be. Calm. What the hell? I'm not hearing my list. My sound went dark. Up to my Danny Chadwick. Hi, nice to see you. You're very welcome. I'm glad to do this sort of thing. What are the riots about? Well, a couple of days ago on Monday, police in Minneapolis arrested one George Floyd, an African American, and in the process of arresting him, shoved him down on the ground or on the concrete of a street behind a car. The officer put his knee on Floyd's neck and killed him. And the police officers involved in all of that have been suspended and dumped out, and there is some very good chance that they're going to face charges for manslaughter or wrongful death. Hopefully it's manslaughter. They can't get charged with murder one. They can't get charged with murder because with murder, you have to have premeditation. You have to have said, I'm going to go kill this guy. But they call it, if somebody dies and you maybe didn't intend to, or it just occurred to you at the time, they call it manslaughter. So that's probably what's going to happen to those cops. So now we have, and I dislike very much making estimates from what we're seeing. I got to switch back to the other stream. This thing is terrifying. It's getting too much interference. So let me switch back to my other stream. I dislike very much trying to make an estimate about how many people are involved in something. God dang it! I'm going to have to turn it because I'm really not sure. Yeah, it's streaming. It just got quiet. I wonder if these guys went to an encrypted frequency. It's always hard to tell. I was stunned that they haven't been on an encrypted freak this entire time. Maybe it's just gotten quiet basically while they move some stuff around. That happened earlier today as well. Excuse me. Danny Chadwick, thanks for clarifying. I wasn't sure if it was about the killing or if it was related to coronavirus. It is related to coronavirus, and that's because this is happening at a time when people have been stuffed into their homes and their apartments and wherever they live for the last 3 months. And they are stir crazy, and that makes the situation even worse. And now we've got some things going on where they're starting to see protests out in Los Angeles. Again, same deal going on here. It's not really coronavirus, but the coronavirus is absolutely something that, oh, look, we got a fire on our on somewhere. I'm not sure where that is, and please would you stop buffering. This is a citizen journalist feed. These kind of feeds are what I like to see, not traditional news outlets. Those guys just sit there and free associate. I hate that. I always try to bring things in terms of what Robert A. Heinlein used to call a fair witness. Now, a fair witness is somebody who would be able to watch something and not make any assumptions about it at all, ever. They would just tell you what what they observed. So, for example, if you ask a fair witness, oh man, there's now a report of a pawn shop owner shooting a looter. Oh, that's why it's shut down for some reason. As I mentioned over in my thing here, they were moving this direction on Lake Street, and they just hit this pawn shop. Pawn shop's going to have guns. The last thing you want to do is have these people get guns. Anyway, fair witness. That's somebody who would, if you ask them, what color is the house across the street? They would say, it's white on this side. They would not assume that any other side of the house is white. And if you took them around and show them that every single side of the house is white, once they took their eyes off of it, they would not for a moment imagine that it stayed white. For all they knew, it could spontaneously turn green. So I dislike making any kind of estimates on the crowd without any actual, I can't see it. There's no way to tell how many people are in this crowd just from looking at it. Now, given what I've been hearing, this is just an assumption. I would have to assume that there's probably at least 1,000, maybe more, sitting down there. The scanner feed appears to be down. Yeah, I've got it running live, but it doesn't seem to be doing anything. Maybe they shut it down, or maybe they did. Maybe they went to an encrypted frequency. I'm amazed that they hadn't gone to an encrypted freak before. Gonna switch off my video here. Gonna go back to Unicorn Riot. They've stopped showing people who are chanting and singing and having fun. But here we can see some of the looting going on. I don't know where that's from. I can't tell which building that is. They have, yeah, there is a multi-stream. My producer, Marshall Presnell, is telling me there's a multi-stream. It is it's Hennepin County Public Safety Dispatch, but there's actually multiple streams on there. If all of them have gone down, which is what it sounds like, something's going on. Yeah, the scanner is dark. Hopefully that'll come back, because that is my primary source of news. Oh. Anyway, yeah, as you can see, big banner there, good cops or dead cops. If these guys break the line, and if they get into the police precinct, there is going to be shooting, there's going to be dying, and it's going to be on both sides, and there are a hell of a lot more protesters than there are cops. Maybe if I was them, I'm sure I would have pulled in every cop from the city. I just said, everybody get here right now, because they need them. I've even heard over the course of the afternoon, mounted police that they brought in. Unconfirmed report of someone shot getting CPR. And Unicorn Riot is saying that. Yeah, I don't have their audio on because I can't, it'd be too confusing for me. Oh, okay, the other one, what, you just died? I'm sorry, I'm watching multiple windows with feeds here, so I have to. So Unicorn Riot was reporting that. Well, all right. Let me kick the volume up loud enough on Unicorn Riot so I can hear it. As you can see there, we have dumpster fires. We have obviously a lot of traffic. Can't tell how much of it is, I guess it's mostly human beings, not human beings, it must be civilians rather than police, because they don't have any lights on the top. See, this is what I'm talking about. Fair witness. All I'm telling you is what I'm seeing. I can see a dumpster on fire. I do not know where it is. I can see, oh, wait a minute, I'm looking at the wrong window. Jesus, I've got so many. You can see a dumpster. Oh, okay, all right, that dumpster that's on fire, we can actually geolocate that now. That dumpster is in front of the pawn shop. So that pawn shop I always like to look and see where this is going on. That pawn shop is right here, this Maxit Pawn. So there is a dumpster fire roughly about here. That, to give you perspective, is about a block from the, wait, no, it's more than a block. It's about 1, 2, 3 or so blocks from the precinct here where everything's happening. Now, an interesting other thing we can see here. From this dumpster fire that is in front of the pawn shop, we can see, obviously, quite a lot of police. I'm assuming they've barricaded everything, and there's police officers down there. I cannot see them, so it's a fair witness. All I can say is we're watching, a dumpster burning in front of this pawn shop. I can geolocate the pawn shop on my map, and we're seeing a lot of police in the general direction of the police precinct. That is, the only way that we can describe this is that police precinct is under attack. That is the only way that I can describe it. The police precinct is under attack. We have some stuff going on with Los Angeles as well. Haven't gotten any information about that. God knows what happens if I open up so many windows open. I'm actually kind of stunned that I'm able to do 1080p 60 frames per second with all the windows I've got open in front of me. Yeah, the scanner's down, unfortunately. Still down. I don't need my... Where the hell is that coming? Oh, okay. Hey, Producer Marshall, you want to know what they substituted that with? They substituted that stream with advertising. Thanks, guys. But it was like that earlier today. I apologize for the way that this stream is coming out, but this actually is the best stream that I know about. Suggest Aurora Intel. Not sure what you mean there, Producer Marshall. And obviously this guy is showing some kind of injury that he's had here. Previous live team multi-streams. Yeah.
None bad thing could happen until they started shooting, bro. Well, it was a peaceful protest. That's how they want to act. We're going to show them how we act.
Oh, God. Okay, okay, what is it? The Unicorn Riot, the guy they just talked to, had said, well, this was a peaceful protest. Everything was going fine until the police started shooting at us. The police were shooting at you with non-lethal weapons, you moron. And he's saying, okay, this is what happens. We're going to show you. We're going to burn the place down. We're going to cause hell. We're going to loot. We're going to riot. We're going to attack. That's what he's saying. They think that they have been shot at. Maybe he's talking about being shot at with tear gas, because that's good. Get rid of you. So, okay. Aurora Intel on Twitter. Let me have a look at that. Jesus, I didn't know you could do that. They have succeeded in melting the side of this dumpster. Well, hey, okay, Aurora Intel is live. Let me see if I can figure out a way. They've got basically the same thing going on that I do, although they found it. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Got a good one here. CT Juror. Looting in progress. Somebody took their cam in to wherever the hell they're looting. Now, I can't tell what it is. Again, I am attempting to be a fair witness. I will tell you, I don't know where this is. Shoot, where did that window go? Too many windows. All right. Let me see if we can see. Yeah, it's the Target. I just saw a Target logo. This is a Target that has been looted by 1,000 or so people. I go back to this chat. Let me go back to my chat up here. Wow, I've actually had some come in. Hi, Star Siege player. How you doing? Did the protest turn into a riot? Yes, it's been a riot for several hours. Yeah, afraid it might happen. Don't get it. The police chief and mayor weren't even trying to sweep it under the rug. Joseph Call says, I'm afraid of tomorrow's EO. Yes, I am too. Joseph Call, because we will lose. Everyone loses in a riot. Yeah. It's what you have to remember is it's a riot in some partly because what's going on is these are people that have been quarantined for a long time. And unlike me, I'm kind of an introvert. So, I mean, I'm like, okay, you want me to stay at home? All right, that's fine. But these are people that aren't introverts. They've been sitting out in there going stir crazy. And I kind of know what that's like, but they've been stir crazy, and now they're out in force, despite the fact, Joseph Call looted Target, in spite of the fact that these cops have been chucked off the department, and there's very likely they'll face charges. Here we go. The Target that's being looted on this map. You can see here, this is where the center of it is, the Minneapolis 3rd Police Precinct. And then the Target is just across the street. It's right over here. Here's the Target. Here's the Police Precinct down here. Here's the Target. So they've been looting the Target. They don't even, I was amazed that the feed we're watching here is the kind of feeds I like to see. I don't pay any attention to the news. I pay no attention to the news because all they do is they sit and they sensationalize and they free associate. And they're not actually telling you anything. What I way prefer to see is on the ground citizen journalism. People with cams who simply point them and shut up. I want to see what's going on. I don't want to have a talking head telling me about it. I don't want some idiot free associating. I want to see an image and maybe somebody, occasionally saying this is such and such. And what the hell is this? The way this guy is reacting, he's either really seriously drugged or he got hit by some of the tear gas. Now, let me get back to the looting of the Target. Okay, up to my Target. Yeah, so the Target's not far at all. The Target, as you can see here, is not far at all. Actually, you know what? Just to make things easier on myself, I'm going to move around. Oops. So what happens when you do it live? I'm just moving around my various windows here so that it corresponds to... Jeez. No. Are you the window I want? Yeah. It's easier for me because if I'm looking at that window over there, I know what I'm looking at. Oh, man. Sorry, I have so many windows open, and I'm trying to get them arranged on my screen. So, every time I try to grab one, you have to understand how what I'm using makes sense. Oh, God. What happens in the program I'm using, Open Broadcast Software, is you get multiple layers, and I'm hitting the wrong layers. You know what? I'm just going to... God, there I am again at the wrong layer. There we go. I'm going to drop you down here just a little bit so you can kind of see both of them. There's a couple of them going on. Citizen journalist feeds, those are the ones I like to see because they're people on the ground who are just pointing their cams and shutting up. Tell Deb hi, Marshall. Thank you very much. Well, let's see if the scanner's back up. See, this one over here. Let me move my window. So many windows, and now I accidentally closed it. Yeah. So many windows and so little. I got a 42-inch monitor that's now filled with frickin' windows. All right, let me put you down here. What I'm trying to do is arrange things so that it looks more or less like when I'm looking in at a particular window and gesturing, it looks like I've got the right place. So here we have our, well, it doesn't going to matter. Here we have our looting, probably of the local nearby Target, which if you want to look at the Target, I'm going to put the Minneapolis thing above this, below my cam. Oh man, now we have protesters at the LAPD headquarters in Los Angeles, and it is 11:10, 9 p.m. there. What a shock. Nightfall and they all went nuts. They went nuts at nightfall. Oh man. All right, let me mute you. I don't need to have you talking to me. The live feed still seems to be down. The feed for the... there is a barricade on 26th Avenue. All right. So looking at the map... Oops. All right, looking at the map. Let me zoom out. Okay, there's 26th Avenue. 26th? I thought that was something else. Oh, okay. Minnehaha turns into 26th. My guess is this must be on some kind of border. Okay, so here we have the Police Precinct, Minnehaha Avenue, but then we get up here, it turns into 26th when it makes that curve and it becomes 26th. So they must have, my guess is they must have something in this general vicinity for barricades. We may be looking at some of those barricades on what we're seeing. I don't know. The one here obviously is pointed, I think, in the general direction of the police department. And when we saw it before, there's a dumpster on fire outside of a local nearby pawn shop, which has guns. Obviously, any pawn shop anywhere in the Midwest has guns. So if these idiots get in there, they could get armed. The police so far have been using non-lethal weapons, non-lethal weaponry. Yeah, and there is a fatal shooting now, confirmed by the police department. We have had a fatal shooting. This could get nasty. This could get nasty. Anytime you, yeah, this is precisely the sort of thing that you've got to avoid, is some kind of fatal shooting. We've got one going on now. Jeez. Marshall, I assume that was there in Minneapolis and not Los Angeles. God, if I have to get LA streams up, I don't know what the hell I'm going to do. I live in Lincoln, Nebraska, which is a city of about 340,000, and we're half an hour away from a city of 1 million, Omaha. About, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 7 or 8 hours drive from here is Minneapolis, Minnesota. Minneapolis, St. Paul is referred to as the Twin Cities. They are, Minneapolis is the larger one of the two. Yeah, it's confirmed it's in Minneapolis where the shooting was. Minneapolis is the larger of the two cities. They are very large cities, several million people, I believe. I'd have to look it up. But they're very large cities separated by the Missouri River. The Missouri River goes right through basically the middle of town. What we're seeing here is on the Minneapolis side of things. A lot of times you'll just hear about Minneapolis, but Minneapolis, St. Paul, the Twin Cities. About 7 hours drive from me. My sister has some good friends there. I have been there a jillion times. I have family that is up north of there. Hell, at this point, I might have family that lives in Minneapolis, but I don't know for sure. God, I can't read that name there. Sorry about that. Looks like Nephil M. Ninja. Nice vest. Thank you very much. I'm doing reviews of TV and movies, science fiction, fantasy, etc. But every once in a while, when something like this breaks, especially where it's, Midwestern based, I'll get on and do something like a news show. But what I do here is I'm sort of pushing an image, a folksy sort of image. In real life, no one in Lincoln, Nebraska, or anywhere in Nebraska wears this kind of vest or this bolo tie or nothing. This is just my image. This is a costume. Unlike the people on the news, I will tell you the truth. They're wearing a costume too. They're called suits. I'm wearing a costume here. No need to save your name, he said. Ninja, I'll just do it the ninja part. I always like to call people out who are saying things in my chat. I don't have enough viewers to make it worth my while not to say it, so I usually try to call them out. But the with the shooting here, the fatal shooting, that's likely to make things much, much worse. As my semi-producer, Marshall Presnell, a good friend, and very nice supporter, great supporter of my show, and is sort of acting in a semi-producer capacity. See, what happens when you're watching the TV news, which I never do, because all they do is sensationalize and repeat footage that they have over and over and over again, the worst footage they can find, and then they free associate about what they're seeing, or they have someone in their ear telling them something new. Marshall has been very kind to me, telling me some of the stuff that I'm not seeing. So, Ninja says, "You like sci-fi? We'll listen to reviews." Yeah, I do. I do video reviews here. I got I don't know how many I've got right now. A whole bunch, probably close to 100. Lately, I've been doing live watch parties. The last I did. Oh man. 20 whole episodes of Batwoman. Thank God that's over. And for the last 2 weeks, I've been doing Stargirl, and which is a pretty good show. Fatal shooting, do I mind recapping? There's not much to recap. Just that a fatal shooting has been confirmed. Not much else to say about that. There are, again, as someone who tries as much as possible, although it's really not possible, I try to be what's called a fair witness. I cannot gauge how many people are involved here, but I would have to guess, just as a guess, a couple of thousand. So if you're talking about a fatal shooting in there, God knows, you have no idea where and when that happened. I'm sure if it was a police officer that it said so. The LA video crowd is attacking a parked car now. All right. Let's see what I can find out about LA. Hang on, I got to put on my glasses. All right, I don't need you up. I don't need you up. I don't really need you up. May need you. I don't need you. I got so many windows. I got so many windows running. All right, let's see here. Let's see. I'll go. Maybe I can get something here that I can put on that'll be useful. According to what I'm seeing here, and again, I hate to try to rely on it, in Los Angeles, the protesters have blocked one of the freeways. My guess is probably I-5, and are smashing. Okay, let me pull this up. I hate relying on traditional news. I way prefer to see. This is May 27th. 11:10 p.m. Eastern Time. Hundreds of people. Oh, we have. Is this a live feed? No, it's not. Hundreds of people protesting the death of a black man in Minneapolis. Police custody blocked a Los Angeles freeway and shattered windows of California Highway Patrol cruisers on Wednesday. One demonstrator who jumped from another police vehicle was possibly injured in the rally organized by Black Lives Matters and other protesters. Oh. These things are organized by Black Lives Matters. Those guys are a terrorist organization in my opinion. That's what's going on here. BLM has gotten their hooks into this crap. And they're the ones that are causing all the damn trouble. Oh, they tick me off. Let's see what I'm seeing. Somebody has access to a scanner on this. Let me try replaying the scanner. That's weird. I'm not having any luck with it on any of my media here. Good Lord. There are now, it's upping. There are now 3,000, there are over 3,000 people. What is Livingston County? Jesus, tap dancing Christ, what's that? Livingston County, New York. Livingston County, New York is having the same problems now. There's upwards of 7,000 people listening to that stream. There is upwards of reaching 4,000 listening to the Los Angeles County Sheriff Dispatch. There's no way I can put all this stuff on. I can't get this stuff on. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter did this. Black Lives fracking matter. Those guys are a fracking terrorist organization. They've been one since day one, and they damage property, they loot, they hurt people, they drag people behind cars. Oh. Police are deploying mobile camera into what appears to be a large fire. Well, let me see if I can get, because I'm not getting any police scanner, and I really want to watch that. Okay, so we're watching Crime Watch here on, God. Yeah, I know. I'm not being a fair witness. What can I say, man? I do a little bit of editorializing when I see this crap come up. I am not a fan of Black Lives Matter. There's a burning AutoZone and Target. Yes, let me go over to my map. I always like to try to keep a map up. Okay, yeah, that's been happening. So we are now the Minneapolis 3rd Police Precinct is where this is all going down. The Target is right there. And what else was you saying? AutoZone. The AutoZone is right there. The AutoZone is across the street. The Target is also across the street. So that's where those are on fire. I'm certain of it. KTSB back online, but showing earlier footage. Okay, well, if they're showing earlier footage, I don't care. What those guys will always do is hyper-sensationalize. Me, I just get pissed off. They sit there and act as though they are some kind of fair and balanced and don't have any kind of prejudices one way or the other, and they sit and they sensationalize and they free associate it as things go on. They're just getting in the zone. Yeah, sadly they are, Ninja. Oh, good. Starshi's player, Minneapolis government is actually being transparent and not covering this up. The mayor said he wanted the officers arrested, but someone is trying to fan the fires and watch the world burn. That would be Black Lives Matter. They are behind the protests, both going on in Minneapolis, Los Angeles, and apparently Livingston County. I don't know what that is in New York. They're behind it all. Let's see. Looks like it's the one the Dollar Tree is in. Let me find our Dollar Tree. Nice. Oh, so much. The Dollar Tree. Okay, yeah. There's a Dollar Tree connected to what I think is an outside mall. Can't tell for sure from this. And then there's the Target over here. Let me do something I often do when I don't have anything immediate to talk about. I will put myself in Street View. It's nice to be able to see what we're looking at here, but sometimes it's better to see on Street View because you can get a better idea of exactly what's happening. So this is the police department. This is, what the hell street is that? It says so. East Lake Street. It's on the corner of East Lake Street and Minnehaha. Now, if we go down Lake Street a ways, a couple of 3 blocks. Yeah. Go down Minnehaha a little ways. There's this pawn shop. That pawn shop has. I bet I know where this shot came from. They were reporting that someone, one of the owner of the pawn shop or someone in it, fired on someone trying to loot. Right now, which window is? We can see it. The window over this shoulder. That one is showing exactly where that pawn shop is. So we've got this, and right in front of it is this. Let me back out. Metro PCS looting in progress. Yeah, not surprised. Tell me, Marshall, what's PCS? I'm not sure what that is. Anyway, so we've got a whole lot of nasty going on. Let me have a look more. Let me pull. Having to do this stuff more or less on the fly. So I've got multiple citizen journalist feeds repeating what I said. I hate paying attention to traditional news because nothing you see in the press is real. Nothing. And that's a true statement. I have been a critic of the press for 30 years now, since the very first time. There's a bonfire in the streets near the precinct. I think maybe we can see that over one of these. Looks like it could be bonfire-ish. Both of these cameras are facing towards the police station. Maybe the one with the police drove the camera into. Yeah, could be. I'm not sure. But anyway, we got two different views of the same thing. They're aiming towards the police system. Anyway, I've been a critic of the press for 30 years, ever since I was first interviewed for my local town newspaper, my local city newspaper, for an utterly fluffy story, where I said a quote that the reporter didn't think was appropriate coming out of a 15-year-old, so she asked me if she could use another one. So right there. The next time I was involved with the press was when Deborah Winger, passable movie star at that time in the early 1980s, showed up in Lincoln, Nebraska to shoot parts of Terms of Endearment on location, the movie Terms of Endearment. And the press did things in there that were just out-and-out lies. I was there. I was there at the event that she showed up at. They lied. Oh, here, we can see, let me turn up my volume. We can see some of the police here. That the bicycle police, they've got a line going. Oh my God. Oh, I'd hate to be a cop with a bike in there. Oh man. Anyway, I watched them lie their asses off about Deborah Winger, and not just one newspaper, not just one TV station, but every newspaper and TV station in the state of Nebraska lied about her, outright lied. Several years after that, I was working as an actor in a summer stock theater along the Mississippi River, and there was a woman in the local paper who used to do human interest fluff pieces, right? And so she interviewed everybody in the cast, and we were all told to be careful what you say because she likes to do hit pieces. And sure enough, she did a hit piece on me, just out and out lies. And every single time in the last 30 years, if I look at a news story, any news story from any source, doesn't matter what it is, ABC, NBC, PBS, CBS, MSNBC, Fox News, it doesn't matter. Within 30 minutes of research, I can prove one of three things. That the event being reported never happened, that the event being reported didn't happen as reported, or that if you strip away a slick interface, a lot of pictures, filler, emotionally loaded language, and opinion, the facts actually devolved to maybe a couple to three paragraphs. Nothing you see in the press is real. Nothing. So that's why I like these guys. I like citizen journalists, people that are on the ground with their cameras, shutting up, not telling me what's going on, not free associating, just pointing their cams. That's the best way. Yeah, they use bikes as portable walls. Absolutely. But I mean, when you got this many people, I'd just be scared crapless. Let's see. Crow Wing County Scanner, maybe broadcasting MLPS feeds. Okay, let me find Crow Wing County. Oh man, where the hell is all of my windows? Now they're chanting, I can't breathe. Okay, so here's Broadcastify. Where can I do a search? Sorry, this is what happens when you do it live and you're not attempting to broadcastify.com, and that was Crow Wing County. Where's the search? And they're setting off fireworks now. Minnesota. Stealing Minneapolis. Wright, Hennepin, McLeod, Carver. Crow Wing. There's their feed. It's the county one. Okay, so damn it. I'm gonna have to turn off. No. Let us turn it. Save you. Trust this site. County web player. I have to have Flash player or JavaScript. Well, I do. Let me see if I can pick it up on my Scanner Radio Pro. By the way, if you're really interested in watching and listening to first responder frequencies, get a copy of Scanner Radio for your handheld device. I have been listening to this throughout the day on my phone. There's a version for Android and iOS. I pay Crow Wing.
Yeah, that's the squad up there. That's like military squad. Let me see the squad. I can see it. So that in front of the precinct, they definitely have militaristic police presence.
All right. I've got Crow Wing County Fire and EMS on my handheld, so hopefully that'll tell us something. Starseeds Player, they are not trying to spin a narrative, just the facts, ma'am. Yeah, exactly. That's what citizen journalists are doing. The best ones just sit there.
Road will run north off of Rebel Road. It's going to be on the Thornton Lake side.
Okay. Let me do one other thing. Hennepin County. Just for kicks. I'll just throw that up there for kicks. All right. Anyway, again, one confirmed fatal shooting. Don't know who, where, what, or when about that. However, it was reported earlier that there was shot from a pawn shop that's down the street from maybe 3 blocks. Pawn shop owner shot somebody on their way in trying to loot. They have been looting and rioting all evening. I don't remember when it started. It started 5 hours ago, according to when I made my first post when I found out about it on my handheld. Let's see. State troopers are now being deployed to relieve the local police, and there is an unconscious person in the Target parking lot. The Target nearby, let me put up my map. The Target nearby, here, as I mentioned before, we have the Minneapolis 3rd Police Precinct, where all of this mess is going on. And the Target in question is right across the street over here. And the riot is escalating on Unicorn Street? Jesus, I don't even know where Unicorn is. Hayworth, Minnehaha, 20th, Domino's, 20th. I have to have my glasses for this. Sorry about that. My glasses tend to reflect a lot of light off of my 40-inch monitor. I'm not even sure where that is with respect to the thing here. Cub Foods on Lagoon Uptown is now being looted. Oh my God, it's moved. I'm not sure if I said here, state troopers are now deployed to relieve the local cops. They're going to need them. I think before this is over, we will see the National Guard called out within a couple of hours. I would not be at all surprised. This is messy. This is really, really messy. Let me throw, since I can't figure out where this place is, let me throw my other citizen journalist feed up here. There may be more than these two, but these are the ones that I've had running and I'm sort of occasionally listening to. When they do interviews, because they will occasionally interview somebody. The people they're interviewing, unsurprisingly, are morons. They're happy about all this. Starseeds Player says, yes, it's going to be a bloodbath. Might, it's, man, it's ugly. It's very, very ugly. Hang on a second. I have to check something before I do anything else. It's ugly here. It's ugly in Los Angeles. It's ugly somewhere in New York. Let me look something. I'm always concerned about where I live. What's the date and time on this? November 29th. Okay. Let me look at news. Well, it doesn't look like they've started doing it in Omaha or Lincoln, thank God. I live in Lincoln, Nebraska, city of about 340,000, and Omaha, Nebraska is about 1 million and about half an hour away from me. So I wanted to check and make sure something wasn't going on there. Omaha is large enough that it could have been targeted by Black Lives Matters the same way that this was targeted by Black Lives Matters and the same way that Los Angeles was targeted by Black Lives Matters. Hey, Proxnoid, how's it been going? Haven't been here. Give a quick summary. Okay, happy to do it. I could probably do it now. Let me check and see what my good friend Marshall is saying. Rubber bullets are still in use. They were running out of non-lethal stuff. They got the rubber bullets, thank goodness. Smoke is coming from the Cub Foods. Oh, God, I don't even know. Here's the deal. About 5 hours ago, a riot started in Minneapolis, Minnesota. That's because Monday, an African-American man named George Floyd was murdered by police. Straight up murdered. I've seen the pictures, I've seen the video. He was screaming for his life or trying to. The police had him down on the ground with one of the cops had his knee on his throat and killed him. The officers in question have been discharged. There is certainly talk of having criminal charges. I would assume something like manslaughter against them. And today, 5 hours ago, in response to all of this, Black Lives Matters set up various protests across the nation. The biggest one that I've seen so far starting, and the one that I heard about first 5 hours ago, was Minneapolis, Minnesota. Let me give you just a quick rundown of where things are, so that you can get an idea. This is what I always like to do, pull up a map. It is occurring around the Minneapolis 3rd Police Precinct, and we have seen rioting, looting of this Target, fire on this Target, fire over by the Dollar Tree, fire set in the Target parking lot. There is, occasionally you can see it showing up here, there is a dumpster fire currently right here in front of this pawn shop. And the AutoZone has been looted. What else has been looted? There are a number of other businesses on there that have been looted. The AutoZone was on fire for a while. Bad thing, because an AutoZone is an auto parts place with very flammable objects in it sometimes. So that's where we're at in Minneapolis. There is also a Black Lives Matters protest in Los Angeles. I am not tracking that right now because I just don't have enough windows and enough intelligence to be able to pull all of that stuff up simultaneously. So I can't tell you much about that one other than they shut down a freeway and started rioting. Both of these were started by Black Lives Matter. So that's kind of where we're at. Again, I usually like to do here is get a good idea of where we're at. Sometimes I will drop myself into Street View so that I can see what's going on. So if we look in Street View, this is the 3rd precinct, and that's where everything is centered on and is spilling down all of the streets that you see here. That pawn shop that had the dumpster in front of it and the guns, if they get into that pawn shop, they're going to get armed. There has been a fatal shooting already. I don't know whom. It hasn't said yet exactly what that is. Must thank, as always, again, my good friend Marshall Presnell. He messaged me before this, as this was escalating. He's taking an editorial break. Yeah, feel free. But he's been feeding me data so that I don't have to kill myself looking for it everywhere. Okay, what happened to you? Let me reload you because I don't believe that. What is the pastry shift? Did I accidentally hit something? Yeah, there's the Minneapolis protest. I must have hit something by mistake. Too many windows. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 windows open on my computer right now. As you can kind of see, Proxnoid, from the well, let me get this map out of the way for now. And you can go completely away because I don't need you at all, and it's just cluttering things up. I've had to build cards for this stuff as we go along. But as you can see here, there's a guy who just, God, right on camera over in this window, he just started that fire. We've had some interviews that the people who are citizen journalists, I always watch citizen journalist feeds, people who point their cams and shut up. But they interviewed somebody on this Unicorn Riot feed over here. And Unicorn Riot had a guy who was like, oh, this is great, this is wonderful. And then another one who said, hey, we weren't doing anything. It was all peaceful till the police started shooting at us. Guys, the police haven't shot anything at you except rubber bullets and tear gas to get you to disperse. You guys are the ones that have been looting and causing property damage, and no doubt there will be more injuries before this is over. Again, there is one confirmed fatal shooting in Minneapolis. Now, what's going on in Los Angeles right now, I couldn't freaking tell you. That started a couple of hours ago, I think, now. So who knows? Who knows what's going on there? The only thing I know for sure, just looking at the news reports, which I hate to watch, was that Black Lives Matter was behind it. L.A., my good friend Marshall and semi-producer here is saying that Los Angeles is reporting sporadic and very spotty. Good. We like sporadic and spotty. Not this. This is so bad that at some point, if they can't get it under control, and it ain't under control now, as you can see from the looting of what I believe is the Target. They've been looting the Target for hours. I don't think the police have this under control. I'm not sure it's controllable. Yeah, the owner of a pawn shop shot and killed a looter. Yeah, that's yeah. So the pawn shop has guns. You don't want these idiots getting a hold of the guns. I don't know that shooting somebody would necessarily cause this to escalate any further, but if I was a pawn shop owner and I saw all of these people, and earlier today, by the way, about 7 p.m. Central Time, it was reported that they had taken someone into custody who not only had a pistol, but also a long gun. You carrying a rifle or something out there in the crowd with you? You don't think you're going to get spotted? Especially at 7 p.m. 7 p.m. around here is still daylight at this time of the year. And also in Minneapolis, St. Paul. So I don't know what you say about the guy who is a pawn shop owner. Obviously, he's staying in his business, probably trying to protect it from the looters. Oh, good. This is, man, what the hell is that? It's an entire building on fire. Holy frack. Let me see if we can get an identification of what this building is. Let me turn on the...
This is the community speaking in a voice that they think that the government might actually hear, because
I can't tell what that fire is. It's an entire building on fire. And it can't be too far from the police station, because if it otherwise, it wouldn't... no new designations on the radio are strike team. Oh, man. So expect escalations. They have an actual whole building on fire. Holy crap. Here they're looting. I think, yeah, it's the Target still. They've been looting that for hours. And over here, they have set an entire building on fire. Holy frack. I've got that guy unmuted, so maybe they'll tell us what the building they've set on fire is, because I can't tell from this where it is. Jesus. Okay, I'm going to do something. I'm going to attempt to identify where that is. So I'm going to drop in my map. It is a building. See, this is where trying to be a fair witness comes in play. It is a building with a door on the right-hand side, a window to the right of that, and then a large window to the left. Which means if I look carefully, I should be able to identify where that is. That's not it. That's not it. They could well be down the street someplace. I don't know. Huh. I wonder if they're off in this... Well, it looked like a standalone building. I don't know. I can't tell. I wish the person running the stream would say what that is, but I can't tell. Can't tell from looking at the stream, and they're not saying.
this is East Lake Street. Lake Street goes down into St. Paul, turns into Marshall Avenue. That's east. That would be that direction.
Lake Street.
If you go down that direction about 20 blocks, you would hit the Mississippi River, and then you would go into St. Paul.
It just said where it was.
If you take it about 50 to 70 blocks down,
It's on Lake Street somewhere, east of the station. So let's see if I can find it. Put my map up where you can see it again. I think they said this. No, it's not the building. It doesn't have the right windows. But they said it was east on Lake Street. So we'll just wander east and see what we see.
people are looking for a recourse. I've heard it so many times that people don't know what to do, they don't know how to deal with this. This being police terror.
This auto parts store here, by the way, has been looted.
With impunity.
Oh man. Okay, they're sending 2801 East Lake Street, occupied structure. People are inside of that building? Holy frack. Okay, so that's how many on the stream other than you, Marshall? Only a couple, but I can't tell for sure. The YouTube control panel lies to me so bad. Okay, so let us go 2801 East Lake.
You can get all of this back through insurance. People say you cannot get George Floyd back. It doesn't work like that. They killed him. It's not synonymous. Again, the concept of humans versus property, people versus property.
2801 County Road, that's the one.
Capitalism in general. People are looking for a new way.
There's another pawn shop over there? Oh my God, there's two pawn. Well, no, that's the pawn shop. I'm not immediately seeing anything that matches that building's doors or windows, but, you know. All gang officers are going to the 3rd precinct. Oh, joy. Oh, joy. It's going to be bad. Smoke coming from the AutoZone on East Lake Street, not far from... hello, Texas Proud. How you doing? And yes, this is scary. Smoke coming from the AutoZone on East Lake Street, not far from Minneapolis Police Department's 3rd District. Yeah. There's if I put the map up here, you can... Let me pull out the map. Yeah, there's the that's an O'Reilly that's been looted. There's an AutoZone over here that is just across the street. This right here is the police precinct in question, and then across the street from that is the AutoZone. Most reports indicate that the building on fire is the Metro PCS store.
The people aren't doing anything to the police right now, and yet the police are letting the building burn. So that obviously says something to some of their tactics or the fire department chief's tactics. They've already dealt with the AutoZone.
So where the hell is that? Metro by two. That's not giving me the right information.
Police reacted from there. There was a lot of people gathered at the 3rd precinct, and there was like people were storming the 3rd precinct multiple times.
So let me just get back to the police precinct. Okay, one thing we got going on here, I'm going to mute this. Well, maybe I'll leave him up. One of my live streams is less than wonderful in terms of being a good citizen journalist. A good citizen journalist points their cams and shuts up. This guy is editorializing about how, oh, you have 31 windows open, Marshall? Jesus. I just can't keep track of everything at the same time. One of the citizen journalist feeds I'm listening to is them talking about how they this is just something that they have to do so that the government will hear them. Morons. The cops have been fired. Charges are going to be filed, like manslaughter or something. I can't do it with murder. That doesn't qualify as murder, but manslaughter. What more do you want? Idiots. I'm sorry, I'm not being a good fair witness right now, but I hear that and I just go, this makes no damn sense at all. This makes no damn sense at all. Oh, man. And as we can see over here again, we got looting in progress. They have been looting a Target store there for some time. I don't know. It's been several hours. As you can see, it's pretty picked clean. And it's got smoke in it. Jesus. Oh. I hope they didn't start the Target on fire. That Target is a very large building. Yeah. Texas Proud said, why not murder? Just curious, not being mean. There has been one confirmed shooting. It was by a owner of a pawn shop who shot someone trying to loot his pawn shop. I kind of agree with it because pawn shops have guns, and the last thing that you need is for these people to get a hold of guns. So, but I think that there will be murder before this is over. The police cannot keep this under the control. It is too big. Minneapolis, St. Paul is a very large city, and yep, I thought it was going to go this way. Mayor Frey of Minneapolis has requested the National Guard. This is going to be nasty. Not necessarily the National Guard is nasty, but they're not going to screw around. They're going to make sure these guys are gone. What was I going to do? I don't remember, lad. Oh well. No, I think this is getting seriously nasty, and it isn't going to get better. Not for a while. I expect to be on here possibly all night. Very possibly. Depends what the National Guard does here. The National Guard, is going to do one or two things. They're either going to come in with some armored equipment and scare the frack out of them, or they're going to start shooting tear gas into them, or they may just decide that it's time to use live rounds. I don't know which it is, but that's where we're at. The National Guard is now being called in. First, they called in the state police. Now they're calling in the National Guard. Yeah, my good friend Marshall here, who is helping out with, giving me some information. He says our spidey senses served us well. We happen to be chatting on Facebook chat, and we were chatting about this before I came on, and I was thinking, well, maybe I won't come on, and then it just very rapidly devolved. So I've been on now for about 2 hours. Johnny Arcade says, hopefully we don't see another Kent State. Well, we won't see another Kent State because those guys were generally peaceful. These guys are not at all. They have been looting. They've been causing endless amounts of property damage. They have come close to overwhelming the police. This is over at a police precinct. Didn't see your name before, so let me put up the map of where this is all taking place. Yeah. Okay, this is centered around the Minneapolis 3rd Police Precinct. The stuff that you're seeing here, I'm not sure exactly where on this map this building that they set on fire is. We've had multiple fires. We have at least one confirmed death. These guys have been rioting for hours since before 7 p.m. Central Time, which is the time zone Minneapolis is in, me too. They have completely looted out this Target store that's about across the street. They have set fires in the parking lot along where this strip mall is. They have set fires in the street down by a pawn shop here. This is not Kent State. This is not Kent State at all. And if you want to really have fun, oh good, there's a press conference. Let me mute you, and I'm going to go to a press conference. And maybe I'll be able to put that up as well. Let me kill, God, so many windows. I don't remember which one I have up. Windows, windows, windows everywhere. Where's the one that... I've got one where I had the volume up, and now I can't find it. It's underneath all this other stuff. There it is. Let me kill you. And I will turn you up. I will crank the volume way up. It's so soft. Thank you so much. All right, let me see if I can even hear this guy. I can't hear this for crap. If you guys want to see it yourself, don't click away from me. Open a new window. That is the Minneapolis Police Department having a press conference right now. The volume is incredibly low, or else I'd be listening to it. I've got it up to 100% everywhere. And let's see what my good friend Marshall has to say. Tech director, switcher, and talent. What a guy. Well, 40 years in IT will do that to you. You know that. God, I wish I could hear this. Maybe there's something else I can do.
But those were not at the location of the first precinct specifically. It was adjacent across the street at one of our businesses.
Apparently they've had 5 arrests, not at the precinct, but across the street at one of the businesses.
My understanding that it was potentially 5 burglary arrests. I believe a local...
5 burglary arrests, hardly surprising considering what they've been looting. Pardon me, I'm trying to hear what's happening at this.
I certainly understood that based on, again, a lot of the emotion and trauma that many in our city has been experiencing, that some were going to express those emotions. When some of those individuals gathered at the 3rd precinct, there was some property damage, destruction that occurred. Some of that was...
This guy is...
I directed our...
This guy is really downplaying the severity of this problem. I've got my volume kicked up so high so that I can hear this. You can go away.
Individuals, again, not all, but some of those individuals were in our secured parking facility.
You can go away.
Had access to our Minneapolis squad cars and weapons, quite frankly. And so, again, I was concerned about the personal safety of.
Yeah, the Unicorn riot shot is the one of the building is the Metro PCS building that's on fire. That's these guys.
Yes, I'm unfortunately not able to comment on the specifics of that case right now. Obviously, the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension and obviously our local field office.
Well, I can tell you what's happening here mostly with this press conference. I can hear the guy. He's got 4 stars on him. I assume that means he's some kind of high up muckety muck in the police department. He's an African American, which was a good idea to send him out as the spokesperson, considering that this is a riot caused by Black Lives Matter. I saw them do that when they had the riots in Boston a couple of years ago as well. But he's really downplaying this. He's acting as if he's saying people were feeling pain, and we knew they would act out. Okay. I'm a white guy, and sometimes I get pissed off when people are killed. But what I don't do is go burning stuff down. That is not acting out. That is just criminal behavior. I mean, that's I don't care. It's just criminal behavior. Switching to here, Marshall says, delete the PC off the audio bus. Yeah, the problem is I have to turn up the volume so loud to hear this press conference. I had to go to I had to resort to the turning up the speakers.
I absolutely do not condone people.
Pawn shop owner is now in custody, probably for shooting the guy who was attempted looter. I guess that makes sense. Although I really don't want to see those guys get their hands on any guns, considering.
I do not. Obviously, that would be a question for our BCA, and certainly at some point that will go over to Pine-Tree Community Zone. But I don't have any time on that.
I can barely even hear the questions being asked. I got the volume turned all the way up on my speakers.
Obviously, they were employed with the Minneapolis Police Department. I don't have their personnel data.
I don't know what he's talking about for sure. Marcia says, reportedly a post on Instagram saying they're going to take out the cops. Yes, the Unicorn Riot one, that feed, they were talking about how this is the only thing that government will listen to. The officers were arrested. They're probably facing manslaughter charges. What more do you want? Well, I guess we want to burn down Minneapolis. Or at least wait up until the guys at the National Guard get there. They probably have the appropriate sort of equipment to drive these people back home. I cannot hear this guy to save my life. Wait a minute, this is older. Okay, I'm going to shut this down because that was that one was 6 hours ago actually. So let me drop my volume down. He's talking. He's talking about something that happened 6 hours ago. So that particular thing is no longer particularly valid. That press conference just isn't valid anymore. So that's why that was 6 hours ago. Would have been 6 p.m. The rioting was happening at that point. But let me check it again. Yeah, it says live, but if you look at the time here, it's a 12-minute 4-second video, and I can see that all the way to the end. Actually, they go to a test pattern at about I don't know, 11:40, something like that. Yeah, the title is live, not the stream. So yeah. So I turned my volume back down. Let me go back and turn the volume up on this unicorn riot thing, because they're the ones that are saying the stupidest stuff. And let me try the police freaks again, just for kicks. Okay. Yeah, well, the volume is... the volume's way back down, Marshall, so thank you. Still don't have the police freak back, which is unfortunate. The police frequency is my go-to thing to find out information about just about anything. I never pay attention to anybody who's Shadow Man, Crow Wing. Excuse me. Okay. Browse by area source. Okay, wait a minute. Let me drop you out. Top 50 scanners. No. Top 50. Oh, God, Los Angeles is now number 2. Hennepin County has supposedly got 10,000 scanners restored. Thank you, Marshall. I'm not actually hearing it. Let me kill this video on over here. I'm not hearing much of anything on mine, Marshall, so maybe it's going a little quiet for a bit. Oh, but I've got 2 sets of it, one on my phone and one on my web browser. Just for the sake of, again, explaining how I do some of my news, how I get my news, I'm doing it right now. I tend to go, traffic is above normal. That's odd. Hang on a second. Didn't have my speaker turned down far enough. So the traffic on this is above normal. That's weird. Let me see if I can find Broadcastify again, and I'll restart the window. But police and first responder frequencies are my go-to place for news, because nothing you see in the press is real. Nothing. So one of the best ways you can watch this, and one of the ways that I had it, that I was made aware of this very early on. What was I doing? It was around 4 p.m. or so, maybe 5 p.m. Central Time. And I was just sitting here, and I have an application on my handheld, my phone, called Scanner Radio. Scanner Radio allows you to listen to basically any first responder frequency anywhere in the world, provided that it isn't encrypted or something like that. So far, the entire day, they have been running on unencrypted frequencies, which is kind of amazes me. But they've been running on unencrypted frequencies, so you can hear everything that's going on. Although I'm not getting any audio to speak of out of them. It's just dark. At the moment, for me anyway. Smoke coming out of the target, according to the scanner. Yeah, I was afraid of that. They had some video. One of my 2 video feeds had a video inside of the target, and the target had smoke coming out of it. They had set fire to the target after they had gone and looted the place. They've been looting the place all afternoon. Anyway, and evening. I have Scanner Radio Pro, and one of the best things about it is you can set alert thresholds. So if there's above a certain number of listeners to a particular first responder stream, then you go. It will alert me. Right now, there are. Great, I got a bug. There are approximately 10,000 people watching it. That's down quite a lot. Might note that this is very much a raw feed. We're reporting what we're being told and digging out from various sources. Some will not be reliable. Yeah, that's the problem. Have a second. Where the hell did it go? Sorry. I'm in a position here where I have lights 90 degree angle here, light up there, and I just got some kind of beetle that flew onto my monitor because the damn thing's been, of course, floating around all over the place here, and I'm not sure where the hell it went. Let me check something here. I think it just flew out. Yeah. Thing went down the back of my chair. So. Time for a channel plug. I am 215 in the stream. Yes, well, this is, of course, Tales from SYL Ranch, where everyone is entitled to my opinion. Typically, I do science fiction, fantasy, superhero, etc. Type of reviews. If you go look at my channel, you'll see quite a lot of them. I had a live stream last night. It was a watch party for the TV series Stargirl, and then I had a little bit of something to say at the end of it. That was just editorial. But most of the time I do lots of reviews. Sometimes I review serious films and TV. Sometimes I review schlock. And sometimes I review something that's popular. Like, oh God, I spent weeks and weeks and weeks watching Batwoman, the modern day Plan 9 from outer space. And Stargirl's pretty good. So far, the first two episodes of the series have been good. But this is Tales from SYL Ranch, and you can find me. I have a website, sylranch.tv, and you can find out lots of information about me there. There's always links to any videos that I put up or upcoming live streams. And, of course, hey, you know, like this channel, subscribe to me, and hit the notification bell. Because, as everyone who ever does a video on YouTube knows, just because you're subscribed to me does not mean that you will actually see all of my videos. They're very bad at that, or they downrank me, or all kinds of mean, nasty, ugly, horrible things. Hope you're not getting... Yup, looting at Cadillac Pawn east of... God, I keep moving my windows around as... Let me throw up my Minneapolis map again. Let's see. Unconfirmed reports of looting at Cadillac Pawn east of the precinct. Well, that would be the precinct house is there. I know there's at least one pawn shop. There's Maxit Pawn over here. If we keep going east... I'm not immediately seeing any pawn shop businesses, but you know, it's Google Maps. Who knows for sure if they're absolutely... I mean, you know, they do a good job, but it's... There it is. There's the police precinct. Let me drop this map back down underneath my live streams. Okay. Oh, west? It's west? Okay. The map was upside down. So let's go looking. I saw that pawn shop actually when we were down when I was in Street View. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. So east of there, there's an Arby's. There's Freeway. I think we're too far. There's the police department. There's an Arby's. What was the name of it? 7 to 9 blocks away, Cadillac Pawn. There we are, East Lake Street. Okay, so we're seeing unreported looting here at this Cadillac Pawn. Always, too, like to have an idea of what I'm looking at. So let's drop me into Street View. So, potentially anyway, unreported, unconfirmed, we have looting here at this Cadillac Pawn. So let me go back to the police precinct. And there we are. And why is my phone buzzing? It's because I've got the... State troopers are withdrawing from the conflict. Okay, that's probably because they opened the... they called in the National Guard. They called the National Guard, and now they're open. So the state troopers are leaving. I want to hear what this idiot has to say. I don't know if you can hear it on my over my mic.
I saw it definitely right in front of my own eyes. I was a few feet away from you. Did it hurt? How did you feel about it?
No, I mean, the adrenaline was so high at the moment. I didn't really feel much pain. I'm not trying to act like a badass, but it's not like it really hurt. You know, I was just like in fight or flight mode. I was scared in that moment, and like I said, I'm just glad that I responded as opposed to reacted, because I was very freaked out.
Yeah. So there were some press organizations that were actually what your name was because they thought you were specifically a journalist that was specifically targeted.
Yeah.
But you were doing journalism. You had cameras in your hand.
Oh, okay. This guy, journalist of some kind, attacked by the crowd. That's what the basic upshot of what they were talking about was. He was attacked by the rioters. U.S. Bank has sustained more damage. The back door is open. Previous reports of looting there. Yes, I remember the U.S. Bank. I'm probably going to try to get in and get what money they can. You know, the funniest thing about this is, right, one of the funnier things about this. What are you beeping about now? Oh, people are starting to listen to that Crow Wing. Let me go to the Crow Wing, and because that's being listened. I'm not hearing anything on my scanner. Let's go to Crow Wing. Anyway, one of the funnier things, just, you know, kind of ridiculous things about this is they had... reload. Okay, are we still live? No, this was only 40 minutes long. Okay, so I can get rid of this window. Yeah, this is now replaying. So I can be rid of that window. Okay. Not quite sure why I have two, but let's go ahead and put up the Minneapolis map here over this one. I'm not sure why I have two of the same web browser. Let's see. That's this way to you guys. Excuse me. Let's see. In terms of the, I'll pull this, make this bigger now that I don't have to worry about this one. And maybe slide off a little this way.
705
Make it easier.
Good. You able to get that answer?
Got another thing here from my good friend Marshall, who is sending me information so that I don't have to kill myself watching everything in sight. Okay.
Have my ladder. Copy, thank you.
What is this map from Snapchat showing me, Marshall? I'm not understanding what it is. Is it U.S. Bank or people doing Snapchats from the affected areas? We got multiple. So there's Minnehaha. This has got to be East Lake Street. I see. Okay, so this is from Snapchat. Wow. Wow. Let me go back to my good friend Marshall. Snapchat from various locations. Yeah, I was zooming in there. Let me shut that down a little bit. Yeah, okay, so this, let me get this. Oh, man. So many windows to add, because this is very interesting. Let me see. Got to add me a window capture. And we'll call this the Snapchat one. And it's Snapchat. Yay. Okay. This is a map from Snapchat. Let me put you behind me. Behind my camera. Okay, so this is a Snapchat view, and it is this right here is this corner right here is where the police is. Man, so if we pull back out, you know, this is a map of where they're taking pictures. Holy Zarquan's knees. You know, that's just right in the middle. There's a whole bunch, obviously, of pictures being taken.
This shit is crazy.
Oh, okay. I didn't know I could do this.
Fireworks.
Hang on a second.
Whole 9 yards. Target is fucked.
Wow. So all we have to do is... I've never seen this before, Marshall, so thank you very much. Sorry I'm not keeping my eyes on the screen here, on very much, but I'm... it's the same guy. Wow. Yeah, still same guy. But if you look at that map, if there's that many people in that area, that covers an area of 5 or 6 blocks, 3 or 4 blocks square, I would say. There's that target. There's the target. There's that was looted completely and is now on fire. Over here is where there's, what the hell was it, an auto parts place, I think? It was on fire. So all of these people, oh, good, let's take a picture of the place we set on fire. Isn't that wonderful? So you can actually see there's just a lot of activity here. A lot of activity on Snapchat. Man. Where the hell are my windows? I know you're here somewhere, Marshall. Just not sure where you got to. There you are. Need a bigger pewter. Yeah, well, there are 4 more monitors. Yeah, there's too many things to look at. Let's see. Check the icons for the videos. People massing at police perimeter west of the precinct. Okay, let me show you where that is. Because again, I always like to, get a good idea of where things are. They're massing at the police precinct. Okay, so this is to the west of it. This is the precinct right here. They are massing to the west. Let me look at something. Let me pull you out. Make sure my transmission... Oh, well. I should turn off transmission, that's for sure. Right, let's look at the Snapchat for a second. I'm just going to look at it real quick.
Said the car was coming from 306.
There's the shopping mall. All right, so in any case, what's happening here is they're massing to the west of the police precinct. This is where all the fun activity is happening here, is the police precinct, and then somewhere to the west of it. I think that they probably have a line of officers across here. That would probably be where I'd put them. Stop the traffic here. And probably at least here, and here, maybe down the street on both of these. So if they're massing to the west, that's over this direction somewhere. Let's see. 30-something East Lake Street male says he's going to start shooting people to protect his home and family if the police don't get there. There's nowhere to go. No police to get there. They're completely full up. I'm sure that every cop in the world is already engaged. 22nd and Hennepin, uptown, female carrying a register out of a business. Yeah. Vehicle crashed into 707 West Lake Street. Suspects fleeing. 707 West Lake. Let us see where that puts us. There is 707 East Lake, where a vehicle crashed into this building right here. Let's slide down Lake Street and see how long it takes us to get to the police precinct. Damn. Have I missed it? Let me just zoom the hell out. Yeah, that's on the other side of the fracking freeway from where the police station is. Wow. There's that U.S. bank that was being looted. Here. How far did they get away? Maybe I'm missing it. Okay, no, God, it's across 2 different Freeways. I'm sort of familiar with the freeways in Minneapolis. I've been there through there quite a number of times. Man, they went all the way to the other side of 2 different freeways. That's a distance of several, a mile or so at least, maybe 2. Man, oh man. Ninja. Did the names of the officers get released or leaked? I think so, yes. Let me pull up another freaking window. Let's try this one. And the name of the guy was George Floyd. Let me see if we've got anything that talks about the guys who killed him. Just looking here at Minneapolis's mayor, there's 4 cops involved in the incident, and the mayor, as of earlier today, I guess, wanted them charged. Minneapolis, 46-year-old black man. Why is the man who killed George Floyd not in jail? Mayor did not specify what charges. Why can't I just be black? Blah, blah, blah. All they say here are 4 officers. However, I suspect that if you know something about, if you're a little more familiar with Minneapolis, St. Paul than I am, then, we might know something more about who those people were. As Marshall is saying here, it feels like we're entering a lull. That's... Yeah, I hope that's the case. I hope that they start to get the hell out of the way. Oh, man, I don't even know where I'm at anymore. I hope they... they're out on the street. God knows if they know that the people from the National Guard are showing up. Oh, man. I hope they get out before the National Guard shows up. But the people I've seen on the live stream don't seem to have any cognizance of what's going on around them. So who knows what will happen. With all the cops withdrawing, I think they're clearing the way for the Guard. Yes. And the Guard will probably be bringing, some nice equipment. I'm sure the Guard has tanks, personnel carriers, etc. I don't know if you could take a tank down a city street without really messing it up. But I'm sure they've got a lot of interesting things that they're going to be doing. I'll tell you what, I have got to go to the bathroom for a moment. So, let me see here. They are experienced, remember Kent State. Yeah, except that this is, in my opinion, a different situation than Kent State. Kent State, the people there, they weren't doing this. They didn't. I don't think they were starting multiple buildings on fire and doing all kinds of property damage and hurting people and looting places. I don't think that was happening with Kent State. I think we're in a different sort of situation. I think that's what I get a kick out of, right? I've seen this several times. Where either somebody, maybe he's just using it as a mask, I don't know. But I've seen sometimes where this guy or other people are wearing those frickin' face masks. I don't think it's going to matter much out there. So maybe they're just using it to conceal their identities. I don't know. But I do. Let's see. Ninja, National Guard's coming? Yeah. Yes, the National Guard is coming. The mayor first asked for the state police and then the National Guard. I knew the National Guard was going to come. This is too big for anything else. Let me see if I can... The people on Unicorn Riot, the people they're interviewing, are saying, see, this is all their fault. This is what happens when you kill our people. That's what he said. This is what happens when you kill our people.
Honestly, I support y'all niggas. What y'all doing? This is actually good for the culture, low key. So, man, burning 2020.
And the Unicorn Riot guy supports it. Now, I'm going to mute him because I can't stand that. I'm going to mute him again. They were interviewing people, and I... hang on a second again. I got to... Get my volume too far. As an interesting aside, the Minnesota Antifa page is oddly quiet. Well, that is a little odd under the circumstances. You'd think they'd want to get out there and do some property damage and kill people and, do the usual stuff. Oh my God, did he have a gun? Did I miss that? Did that man have a gun? Did that guy he just walked away have a gun? No. I'm not sure, but I think a guy on this feed just flashed a gun right before he walked away. And all of these people, I have them muted because I got sick of it after a second. All of these people are saying, "Oh, this is totally justified. This is what what happens when you kill one of our people." And I get, dudes, I think these guys are going to jail for a long time. It's just ridiculous. So, as I say, I've muted him. In any case, I need to step away just briefly because for various reasons, it's been 2 hours. I kind of need to go to the bathroom. I'm going to put on my emergency trailer. It's not really, sort of a news thing. It is an emergency trailer. Oh, Ninja said yes with an extended mag. I thought that's what it was. The larger capacity magazine was what caught my eye when he was doing so. That's probably going to get worse before it gets better. I'll tell you what, though, I do need to go to the restroom, so let me find my emergency trailer. This is not anything that's news-related. This is related to the sort of thing that I usually do, which is reviews of science fiction, fantasy, superhero, and other genre-related stuff. As an interesting side, Marshall says, the Minnesota... Oh, I'm sorry, I read that already. So, let me put on this emergency trailer, and you can enjoy yourselves while I go to the bathroom.
Good evening, folks, and a hearty welcome to our drive-in theater. We have a wonderful evening's entertainment lined up for you, one that will provide several hours of pleasurable relaxation and diversion for you and your family. Did you fail to dress up for tonight's show? No tie, an old shirt and slacks, a house dress? Well, don't give it a thought. We're glad you came as you are. We just want you to enjoy yourselves. Get Refreshment Center during the intermission or any time. You love the tasty array of snacks we have to offer. So will the youngsters. Everything is quality and so good. We hope you'll make this a weekly visit. Bring the family. Bring your friends. There are always wonderful new pictures to see, delightful snacks to nibble, a gay, pleasant evening for all. Oh, a word of caution. Don't drive over 10 miles an hour in the theater area for your safety's sake. And Mom or Pop, go with the kids when they leave the car. We hope you have a wonderful time. Come back soon.
Show starts in 8 minutes. Yum, yum. It's time for a tasty and refreshing snack. Promise to satisfy your hunger, your thirst, your sweet tooth. So visit our refreshment center now. Let's go! Show starts in 7 minutes.
It's refreshment time, folks.
Taste that beats the others cold. Pepsi pours it on. Taste that beats the others cold. Pepsi pours it on.
Okay, and we are back here at Tales from SYL Ranch, where everyone is entitled to my opinion. And I am trying not to give my opinion very much, but I have some. Let's see, can't see the name there. I got to put on my glasses. O'Shea Sheets says, at least they aren't in a government building brandishing automatic weapons. They did catch somebody already today, around 7 p.m., who was carrying not just a handgun, but also a long gun. How you going to get away with that? I don't know. The crowd was not as bad at 7 p.m. It was bad. I was listening to the thing. Went out to get some prescriptions that I need to take because I got the diabetes. And in fact, it's midnight and I should be taking about 6 meds, but I don't want to do that because it'll put me to sleep. But it's around 7 p.m. They apprehended a guy who was carrying both a pistol and a long gun. And I'm unclear how you think you can get away with carrying around a rifle or something, or a carbine or whatever it was, without somebody noticing, but okay. The government building part of it, real quick here. Arby's at Lake and Snelling is being looted. I ran across that Arby's before. So, also reports of burglary in progress at the Arby's drive-through window. Yeah, I ain't surprised. They're saying that this... Oh, and here what we're seeing now over my shoulder is one of the buildings that they have set on fire. Looks like it's... God, where is that? Because it looks like it's across the street from the... Is that the Target that they set on fire? I don't know. You can see fires burning from place to place. It's what a nightmare. I mean, there's fires burning. You can see them over my shoulder. There are fires burning from place to place. You can actually see them. And these idiots that they keep... as I say, I'm not entirely good at keeping my opinions out. These guys that they were interviewing here on this channel were all like, "Yeah, man, this is what happens. We're gonna destroy the place. When you kill one of ours, we'd start destroying everything in sight." There's going to be a lot of very crash, smash, burned out buildings around this. About the best you can say about it is, I suppose, that a lot of them are still under lockdown. So there wouldn't have been anybody in them aside from this guy at the pawn shop. There was a guy at a pawn shop who shot a attended looter. He was taken into custody. Looting a pawn shop worries me. I had an uncle who was a pawn shop owner. I got a good guy discount because he's my uncle on a very nice shotgun from him a number of years ago. But they have all kinds of guns in those. They have all kinds of guns in them. The notion of looters being able to get in through there and get guns under these circumstances is kind of frightening. So for anybody watching me, like O'Shea Sheets, who may not have been around, what I try to do now, there's reports. Oh God, we had reports of rioting in Los Angeles. Doesn't seem to be as bad as Minneapolis. Now we're having reports of protests in Memphis. So this is happening in multiple places. I don't think it's anywhere near as bad other places as it is in Minneapolis. When our term comes, we will take... Point your cam at that thing again. I want to see. We will take no excuses for the terror. Hey, guys, you're the terrorists. Okay. Explaining things just, for benefit of people who may have come in and don't know how I usually do this. Tales from SYL Ranch is generally a science fiction, fantasy, and other genre-related review show. However, from time to time, because I have a very specific way of getting my information on this, I will come on and do a live stream. And I'm very lucky because I have a good friend of mine, Marshall Presnell, who's I hope you don't mind me naming you, Marshall, who's sort of acting as a producer for me and throwing out information because I can't keep track of it all. I've got about 9 windows open. I've closed up all of them I can, and I can't keep track of everything that's going on. It's just too much. It's everywhere in Minneapolis here. Just to give you an example of what's some of the stuff that's going on. If you look at this, oh God, where is my Snapchat? Why is the Snapchat showing up? Snap map, yeah. Why are you not? I have you behind me. Sorry. Do this live. This is what happens. Okay, Snapchat should be. Well, in any case, if you look at map.snapchat.com and go looking for Minneapolis, you'll see an enormous amount of people taking pictures around this general area. The whole area is red and yellow, which means that it's a lot of people taking pictures. So... anyway, too late now. Sorry about that, Marshall. I hope you don't mind. Anyway, it's what I try to do is act as something of what's called a fair witness. Fair witness is a fictional profession from Robert A. Heinlein's novel, A Stranger in a Strange Land. It is a profession in which, if you ask a fair witness, what color is the house across the street, they would say, it is white on this side. They wouldn't assume any of the other sides were white. And if you walk them around the house and all the sides were white, they wouldn't assume that the moment that they stopped looking at it, that the house didn't turn green. Only what they can see and only at the time that they saw it. I try to do that. I'm obviously opinionated, and that comes through. But it does impact how I get my news. I don't pay the slightest bit of attention to traditional news sources. It's just a crappy idea. When you're doing a breaking story like this, all that's happening is they might have a helicopter overhead, and then the news anchors, they sit there and they free associate. They're not giving you any facts. They're free associating. Because every once in a while, a producer in their ear will give them some fact that they've been able to, say is track down and say is factual. But the rest of the time, they just sit there and free associate. They're no good. And most of the time, they're just being sensationalist. If they don't have any new footage, they'll take the worst footage they can find and run it on a loop. And beyond that, they just are terrible at getting the facts right. I've been a critic of the press for over 30 years. And at this stage of the game, if you give me any news story from any news source, doesn't matter what it is, I can, with about 30 minutes worth of research, prove that one of three things. That either the event being reported never happened, that the event being reported didn't happen as reported, or that if you strip away the slick interface, like on TV, or if you take away the filler and you take away all of the emotionally loaded language and opinion, the facts evolve only to a couple to three paragraphs at best. Oh, good. Intersection of Lake and Lindale. There is now a report of a stabbing. And you can't say they're stabbing police. The police seem to be starting to pull back because they're calling in the National Guard. Male on live video in Target parking lot flashing a gun. Did he? I didn't catch it. I'm too busy talking to the camera. Always a good idea to look at your camera from time to time. And here we have some more graffiti written on here. They think that what they're doing is justified because of the murder of George Floyd by Minneapolis police on Monday. The other thing is, apparently, Black Lives Matter has gotten involved in this. And much as people might think they're great, when I've paid any attention to them, they mostly like to cause trouble like this. Not as bad as this. See, that Black Lives Matters. Well, I don't know that somebody probably just spray painted that on. Look at all that garbage, my God, And fires in the streets. And they've had buildings on fire. One building completely burned out from what I could tell on the thing. Anyway, I'm trying, when I see things like this, I'm trying to just look at them and say, okay, here's what we can see. Here's what I can see at this particular moment in time. I don't necessarily assume that the situation stays stable any longer than I'm looking at it, but this is what we can see at this particular moment in time. I also like to geolocate things. So, for example, over here in my map window, the Minneapolis 3rd Police Precinct is where all the action is taking place. It's taking place on Minnehaha Drive, I think, over here, which runs past the police station, and then on Lake Street, which also goes through the police station, past the police station. However, they have there has been some stuff where they've set stuff on fire and looting, and so those guys, one of them was a mile or two away. That's an estimate. I don't know for sure because I don't know this city that well, but it was across 2 different freeways. I mean, it's not just here. They're taking advantage of the fact that everybody's doing this stuff and they're just going out and doing it themselves. So far, there are 3 names for the strike teams. Yes, they're bringing in, they have no choice. They have no choice. They have to bring in the National Guard. This is something that is completely overpowered the police. The best that they've been able to do is keep them out of the police station. Really, that's basically the best they've been able to do. They got people up on the roof. I'm sure they have some snipers up there. Who wouldn't? That would be stupid not to. They have been using non-lethal force. They've been firing tear gas at them from time to time. They've been using rubber bullets, but this crowd has not experienced any lethal weaponry from the police. I've watched in this unicorn riot feed over here. I have been watching from time to time when they interview people, and they think they've been shot at with real bullets or something. But they you know, these guys think that what they're doing is right. Thurston Jewelers broke into, several guns stolen a few minutes ago, 705 West Lake. Always like to geolocate this stuff. With respect to Thurston Jewelers, West Lake Street, Minneapolis, Minnesota. All right, let's see where that goes. So there is the place where the jewelry store was looted and guns were taken. Yep, several guns stolen. I'm sure lots of expensive stuff. Ninja asks, any word on LA? Not that I've heard lately, but the last I heard, it was nowhere near as bad as this. They had blocked a freeway. I don't know what freeway. And they had done some stuff, but nothing like this. It's possible that could change, but nothing like this. Nothing that I'm aware of like this. We've had, there's also a place I do not recognize in New York, and also in Memphis that we've gotten reports that this is happening. The one in Los Angeles, it was specifically stated that Black Lives Matters was involved. I wouldn't be shocked if there's a live news feed on Alpha News. Let me see if I can get that up. I didn't mean to kill out my... Oh, God. Oh. Okay, well, let me back up one here and see if I can't keep Marshall's open link in new tab. And I'll see if I can't add this. It's a live news feed from Alpha News. I don't know those guys, but I'll see if I can put them in. Let me see. Need a new window capture. And this is going to be Alpha News. And we will grab, yeah, that's Alpha News, except that I've got this sitting in it. All right, let me OK you, and I'll see if we can't shrink this down so that it's mostly visible, and then I'll shut this over here and change the size of this window so that hopefully we're just getting that. So this is another live feed. Let me go back to this guy and pull you out. Let me just pull you the hell out. All right, that way I've got my acting producer Portrait camel. Yeah, stop that. I want you over here. Let me get you open over here. Let me change the size of this window anyway. Too many windows. Let me get you up in here. There you are. Except that I think it's gonna... Yes, there is my good friend Marshall Presnell. We have been friends for over 20 years, and he's informing me on stuff that I can't keep track of. Unfortunately, he's popping up in this window over here. Hang on a second. Let me drop this down. It may be showing me less popping up if I do. If you're not familiar with it, I'm using something called Open Broadcast software. And OBS will allow you to put in all kinds of different windows and stuff. Usually, because usually I do reviews, and when I do, I pre-build these cards so that they have everything that I need into it, but I'm having to do it on the fly, so. Oh, man, let's have a look at these guys. What is going on with them? Okay, we got a line of police. Looks like... Yes, the line of police, I recognize that. The line of police is in front of the police station. Basically, that's what they've been able to do. The police have basically been able to keep them from overrunning the police station. Just give you an idea. I always like to geolocate this stuff because you can kind of see where they're at there. If we look at this, and let me see if I forgot. Come on. There we go. Always like to geolocate stuff because, you know, if you're just watching this news-wise and you don't know what they're talking about, this is where most of the action is happening. If we drop ourselves into Street View over here, this AutoZone had been broken into and looted. The target that you see, the thing here, was looted and set on fire. There's been a number of other places that were looted, but this, you can see here, this is the front of the police station. And if you watch, oh God, too many windows. Oops. There. No, yeah. Let me see if I can bring Alpha News up. But from time to time, Alpha News will show the front of that building from time to time. Main and Snelling, 4 cars parked in the street. So I imagine that means that they are busy making the streets impossible to get through. Which may mean that they know that the National Guard is coming and they're trying to put up blockades for them. Well, hell, let me get you. I hope I can have you up. No, I can't. It still wants to open up in both windows. Frack. Frack, frack, frackety, frack, frack, frack. This is what happens when I've got two different... I've got a window open for Facebook myself because my good friend Marshall Presnell has been feeding me information. He's doing it now in the chat window because having this up means that he shows up in there because it's a Facebook feed. So, Sean Connery, hey, nice to see you today. National Guard is deploying right now. Yeah, they had called out the National Guard. I'm not sure how long ago now. 45 minutes or an hour. I'm not sure. Oh, man, I'm going to have to do something I don't usually do. I'm sitting at this thing. It's been almost 3 hours since I've been on, and my back is starting to kill me. I have lower back arthritis in addition to the our diabetes I got. Marshall is saying recently published Floyd was unresponsive and without a pulse when EMT arrived. Yeah, this is all over the fact that George Floyd, an African-American man, was killed on Monday, and it sure looks like it's manslaughter on the part of the officer who did it, and there would have been 3 others involved, probably a supervisor with that many, and the supervisor letting one of his officers doing that would certainly get him in trouble. But Ninja, I am not a journalist. I am not a journalist. I don't pretend to be one. What I try to do, though, is just tell you this is what we can see. This is where it is. And some of the time I'm free associating as well. The difference between me and journalists is that I tell you that I'm free associating. Roger says, National Guard en route. My estimate will be about 30 minutes. And the Napa Auto Parts store is being broken into. Well, let's just see where that is. The Napa Auto Parts store. I know I saw it. They're all over the place now. Let me copy you. And we'll copy you for later use. And the Napa Auto Parts store. Let's just see where that pops up. It should come up with something close. Oh, well, thanks. Okay, well, I saw the Napa Auto Parts. It's not that far from the police precinct. It's, I think, down Minnehaha, if I remember that. No insult at all, Ninja. I'm not insulted. I'm flattered. I'm very flattered. It's just that I don't want to pretend to be a journalist. It's not even remotely, anything that I take as a bad thing. If you want to think of me as some kind of journalist, great. It's just that I don't want to pretend like I am. I'll tell you outright. I mean, the biggest thing about it is I will tell you outright when I've got, biases and I know what they are. For example, I have a giant bias against Black Lives Matters, who seems to maybe be behind this. This is just that their sort of insanity. It's the sort of thing they do all the time. I'm not a fan of them by any means. But getting operative word real. Well, again, thank you, Ninja. I do appreciate it. When you see me doing anything like what I think of as real journalism, it's when I have my selfie stick attached to my phone, and you'll notice it's got tripods and everything like that. This is if I'm going to go out and actually cover something. And I did. I have a couple of times. Gone out to when there have been, rallies of some kind that seem, particularly stupid to me. But when I do that, and the reason I have the volume muted on anything that you see here is because I don't want a talking head telling me what to do, what to think. When I go out with this thing and I point my cam and I shut up. That's what we really need, is people who are just shutting up rather than, journalists who are free associating. I'm free associating right now, but I tell you. Confirmed AutoZone on fire again. The word engulfed was used on the broadcast. Where are you getting the scanner from? Because I'm not. Wait a minute. Hold on. I got Crow winning, but I'm not getting much of anything on Hennepin County. That's dropping listeners real rapidly too. So. One thing I would mention, my go-to thing for getting any kind of facts is a scanner radio, which is an application that you can get for your phone, either on iOS or Android, which is what I've got. And that is pretty amazing. You can set alert thresholds for it. So for me, this thing went off, 5 p.m., something like that, when the number of listeners climbed over 1,000. It was at one point for the law enforcement, first responders, it was over 15,000, as I recall. That's an extraordinary number. That is an extraordinary number. Now we've got the Walgreens on fire. That I know where is. Let me get my map back out. That I figured out where was. Somewhere. Sorry, I need my glasses. It's too small. Wilson, Wendy's. I'm not sure where it is. I've been all over this map so much I don't recall. But it's in there someplace. And so I'm going to keep my videos here, but the Walgreens is on fire. They have set many, many fires. Hey, I wonder which one that is. Let's see which. I think that's the auto parts one, judging by the striping on the building wall. I don't remember whether your average, I don't remember whether Walgreens has that kind of design on the outside. I know that at least one auto parts store has that kind of red piping around it, so that may be the auto parts store. Don't know what this is. I can't see it very well. Derived from dispatches, Marcus says everything on Lake between Minnehaha and 35th has been looted on both sides of the street. Okay, let me bring up the map so you can see where that is. Okay, so here's the police precinct. This street along here is Minnehaha. My God, you said between 35th. Okay, this is 31st Street down Minnehaha. That's 32nd. You're kidding. 35th? No, that can't be right. That's like a mile away. There must be something else going on there. I don't know which. Can't be that far down. It's way to hell away from this. But then again, you know, look at the video. God knows they may be that far down. But that's off into... sorry, I'm moving things around. That thing's off in... there we go. That far down is well into residential zones. But the businesses, there's a ton of businesses around here. You got an auto parts, an AutoZone Auto Parts. That was looted. You have a Target. That was looted and set on fire. You have a Dollar Tree that was looted. There is at least one jewelry store that was looted. There was at least one pawn shop that was looted. There's a Wendy's around here someplace in the immediate area. I've forgotten where I've seen it. And it was robbed, probably looted. Address is confirmed. Really? Minnehaha and 35th. I'll be damned. That is a long, long way. Let me pull out so we can maybe see that. Okay, there's... Oh, I see. It's because the... No, there's 31st. This is... I hate these guys. They have such weird numbering. Is there numbered streets that are going north-south as well? Okay, there's 29th Avenue. It's probably Avenue. Okay. Wow. So, there's 32nd. It's got to be like 33rd, 34th, and 36th. So, okay, from here... From where I've got my mouse pointer right now, here, all the way to there is looted. Freaking amazing. That is an enormous amount of space. God, the number of people in there must be shocking. It's even worse than it looks, man. All right, let's see what you're doing. Are you going to sit there and spin on me, or do I need to reload you? CVS and T-Mobile Uptown confirmed. Yeah, not shocked. This is going to be really horrifying. When all is said and done, the amount of property damage is going to be in the hundreds of, maybe in the millions of dollars easily. We can certainly see. I mean, there's these guys, you know, standing outside of a fire. This one's moving awfully quickly, but we can also see. Whoa! What was? Oh my God! That was a sudden burst of flame in that one. Oh, come on. Stop doing that. There was a burst of flame on that one. Oh, let's just see what you have to say. Wait a minute, is this live now? No, this is no longer live. Okay, I'm going to take you out. And I'm going to delete off. That was not Alpha News. That was Unicorn Riot. All right, so let me take you out of there. Delete. Okay. I'm a one-man shop here. So I'm deleting out windows and things when I don't need them after a while. Let's see, Unicorn Riot stream ended. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, it was showing the AutoZone fire, and that stream is over, so probably looking for some other useful streams. We'll just put this over my shoulder here. The real window over there, because for purposes of looking good, when I look that way, it looks like I'm actually looking at the window. Wow, uptown area now seeing looting, GameStop, Hannigan Lake, liquor, waiting for the out. I've been to Minneapolis a number of times. It's about 7 or so hours drive from where I live. I have relatives who live in the general area. I don't think I have anybody that lives in Minneapolis. I'm not sure. It's been a while since I've talked to someone. One whole side of my family is in Minnesota, and some of them have lived in Minneapolis at various times. My sister has a very good friend in Minneapolis. So I look at this and I go, I hear things like uptown and I go, oh, that's a separate riot. That isn't even close to the police station. What other things can I have on here that I don't need anymore? The Snapchat one doesn't seem to be working. Yeah, well, okay, we'll delete the Snapchat one. It doesn't seem to be working. So I'm a one-man shop here, and I have to kind of do this stuff on the fly. Yes, there's, okay, the Snapchat one is working. I just didn't have it in the right place. Over this shoulder is Snapchat. It's a map of Snapchat pictures. The red and yellow area is the area surrounding the police station. You can see there's only about 1 million different Snapchats coming out of that. Fire department will not be responding back to the engulfed AutoZone. Well, said engulfed AutoZone. Let me resize you. Close you this way, and God, I can't see around things. Resize you so that you're not quite as. All right, so that AutoZone, that's right over here. It's basically across the street from the police station. So that AutoZone right there. Why do I have 2 maps? What window are you? Oops. I'm sorry, I have so much stuff going on. Okay, that's well, I still have 2 maps, don't I? Nope, wrong one. Who are you? That's Minneapolis. Which window, or which card are you? That's the camera. Oh, that's okay. I'll delete you out of there too, because you're just causing problems. All right, delete. Yes. All right, so we're down to single map. Oop, wrong layer. Okay. All right. 3+ hours. Yes, I am now on 3 hours, 15 minutes. If at any time you want to drop off, Marshall, that's perfectly fine. Well, let's reload you. And see if you're still live. Unicorn Riot's battery ran out. Yeah, that's, well, it's almost too bad because you got to see them interviewing people who say this is just what you get when you kill a black man. When a policeman kills a black man, we will retaliate, is pretty much what they were saying. Let's see, do I have any other live streams? Let me look around and see if I can find some. And I need glasses. I don't usually wear these because they tend to reflect a lot of light because of the lights I'm under. Minneapolis is on care. That's the press release. Let me see if there's anything live. Yeah, I think what's happening is the citizen journalists are starting to get tired. Let me see if I can filter this on YouTube. Duration features live. Minneapolis protest live. Okay, that's live. Okay, well, this seems to be a live stream. Let me create a card for it. Hey, Larry, how's life going for you? Kilowatt, there are barely any live streams. Have been taking them down. National Guard has been seen on site. Yeah, it's getting more difficult to find a live stream. I've got one right now, however. Let me change some of my... So, Alpha News, you are dead. So, I actually have it visible. Well, who'd have thunk? Okay, except it's in the Alpha News one, and that's too small. What are you? Oh, that's Snapchat. Yeah, there we go. These guys have a pair of them. Let me make this window smaller so that we can see it easier on my screen. So, there. Let's see if I look this way at it. So it needs to go over here. So it looks like I'm looking at it. Let's see. I've heard reports that police have cell jammers around the city. I don't think that's the case. Listen, I've been following this since 5 or 6 p.m. Central Time. It's now 1:15 a.m. in Central Time. I don't think they've got any cell jammers going on there. They have been killing themselves too bad. The police frequency, which was unencrypted, running for a while, they've been killing them so hard just to keep the police station from being overrun. It's not a good thing at all. It's really not a good thing. Larry, why can't they protest without rioting? I think the simple answer to that is that it was reported, because they've got this going on in Los Angeles, Memphis, and somewhere in New York. It wasn't New York City. It might have been a suburb. But they've got all this stuff going on. It was reported in the Los Angeles one that this was started by Black Lives Matters. It would not at all shock me if they weren't behind this. The water wave stream dropped off. I'm not sure what you mean there, water wave. I'm on... this guy is live. It's so many windows. I have too many windows. Let me see. When I'm looking over there, I'm seeing it there. I'm looking over... Okay, so I need to move my map. Always like to have my head facing the direction that to you guys, so it looks like 1:30 a.m. The mayor called from the National Guard on Twitter. It was actually before 1:30 a.m. or it may have been 1:30 a.m. your time. We'd reported that they were getting the National Guard out. By the way, Marshall, I've taken off the feed that was coming out of Facebook, if you care. But we'd heard the mayor had called for the state police, and then not long after that, the National Guard. They are on their way. Just a sec. At one point, I had to crank the volume on my speaker way the hell up, in addition to cranking the volume to 100% on my computer, which is where it's at now. But we'd heard them called out actually before 1:30. I think it's been more than a half an hour. I'm sure that there's a National Guard base in Minneapolis, St. Paul. There's just got to be. And Minneapolis, St. Paul is a fairly large city. I don't know the exact, a number of people in Minneapolis, St. Paul, but it's more than 1 million. It's a big city. So, construction project reported on fire. Location was garbled. Well, I ain't surprised. Armory is 2 miles from the 4th or 3rd precinct. 3rd precinct. Okay. If the National Guard Armory is only 2 miles from the 3rd precinct, that means that what they're really waiting on is for guys to show up. They've been busy paging and texting and calling everybody in sight because God Almighty, are they going to need it? Kilowatt says, sorry, I can't read it without my glasses because I'm old and decrepit. G. Lowry was just streaming and showed police around someone shot. Around 10-ish, a pawn shop owner was shot and killed. Yeah, there has been at least one fatality. A pawn shop owner down the street from where you can see over my shoulder had basically been trying to keep the looters out and shot one of them. He was arrested. There's also been numerous unconfirmed reports about other levels of violence. We've certainly seen. We saw a guy early on around 7 p.m. who was running around in the riot carrying both a handgun and a long gun. I'm not sure quite how he thought he was going to go away without being seen with that, but hey, you know. So yeah, they have G. Lowry was streaming. Okay, I have to take a look at that. But it's ugly. It's really, really ugly. They have looted everywhere for about 8 blocks from the police station. Everything along one street from the police station, they have Lake Street. They have looted. So it's going to be nasty all night long. I think I'm planning to stay up, although I may break down here in a second and go take my medications because I got the diabetes, as Wilford Brimley always used to say, so I kind of need some of that. Kilowatt says, just before Unicorn went down, he reported a guy in a van was going around hitting people on purpose. Well, haven't heard that one, but I'm not shocked. The Unicorn stream, they were interviewing all kinds of people who were saying that, hey, this is what happens, you know? This is the right thing to do. You kill one of ours, we destroy everything in sight. So let me do something real quick with this window so that we're not seeing that chat stream come through. It's just annoying. Yeah, I'm not surprised anymore about anything that's happened here. Let's see. Now the reports of widespread looting in the Uptown area. All right, let me see if I can find. Where's my map? I don't know for sure where Uptown is precisely, so let me see if I can. Hey. Okay, so the Uptown area is this area bounded, I guess, in red. Let me see how far the frack away that is from the precinct. I know. I'll do directions. And we'll put in the precinct. Holy Zarquan's knees, that is a long way away. That distance right there is, what, 4.7 miles? So they 4 to 5 miles away from the police precinct, they are having this going on. So, oh man, let's close you out. I'm keeping it on the precinct in general because that's where the horrible part is. Oh man, yeah, 3 miles west of 3rd Precinct is about where that is, my producer is telling me. If the city doesn't try gaining control or at least containing this, there will be nothing left by morning. Minneapolis is a pretty large city, and it's across the Mississippi River from St. Paul. Let me see what the population of those two is, because I mean there's a lot of city there. The population of Minneapolis, let's see, the metro area of Minneapolis, Minnesota is 3,629,190. That may also include St. Paul. So you're talking about a city of over 3 million, and that's all the suburbs and stuff. So really, it'd be hard to burn down everything, but they could certainly get some of the worst of it. No question, businesses and things like that. Tragic killing, destroy the city. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, but they're going to get it under control. The National Guard is probably within minutes of showing up. If we don't see it on the live stream over here, I'd be surprised. But yeah, they'll shut it down. I hope they shut it down as peacefully as possible. I don't think the National Guard will. I'm sure they'll try to use non-lethal. But earlier tonight, for a while, the police ran out of non-lethal. They ran out. And they started using rubber bullets again, and they were still using non-lethal as far as I know. But, yeah. Yeah. And there's another guy on here who's doing what I do. I wish I knew what feeds he was using. Let me see if there's any information about that lower down in his description. Just dope district. I don't want my autoplay on in case something happens. Well, in any case, he's given me good pictures here from a couple of guys who are in there. Internet network showing what really happening. Not that I'm aware of. They had helicopters for a while, but then it got too congested. And my guess is, if you were there, you would see nothing but smoke in the air. There's so many buildings. There's one right now. There's a building on fire. There have been multiple buildings on fire. There's an auto zone that's basically going to burn to the ground. I saw one earlier that was on its way to burning to the ground. Kilobot says there are a lot of armed people in the streets. I've seen countless people tonight flashing everything from handguns to full-on automatics. I don't know that you could tell anything about automatics. Automatic weapons, real automatic weapons, are very, very difficult to obtain. An automatic weapon is one where if you hold the trigger, it just keeps shooting. What you're probably thinking about is a semi-automatic pistol. And that is a pistol that, just like a revolver, you have to pull the trigger once and a bullet comes out. Pull the trigger once and a bullet comes out. The fact that people get so confused about that is one of those things that irritates the hell out of me as a gun enthusiast. Very, very few people own full automatic weapons. It is essentially illegal. You can do it if you have the really right kind of federal firearms license, but almost no one has them. So when you hear somebody talking about an automatic weapon, it's almost certain they're talking about a semi-automatic. No, I've seen SMG. Oh, okay. I take it back. Holy frack. Well, probably gang members then. Those are the guys that tend to get those most in inner cities. So good for you. You caught it and I didn't. But yeah. It's going to be nasty. I wouldn't be surprised if after the National Guard shows up, we don't have some shootings. Unless they can scare them the hell away. They have a cool weapon. Let me see, because I saw somewhere. There we go. I've got so many windows open. Buffering on all streams, not me. Hey, good. You're buffering. Okay, so you're getting buffering on EMT called to Franklin and Nicolette. High Lake Liquor pretty much destroyed. They have a cool weapon that I don't know if this particular National Guard will have, but it's basically like a microwave beam. It's a big beam that they can shoot at crowds that will make them instantly disperse because it's firing microwaves at them and it hurts like hell. I hope they have some of those. That's a great non-lethal weapon. You bring out those and just spray them out and it will scatter the people because it hurts. Yeah, use the microwave thing in Iraq. Yeah, it is a military weapon, but it would also be great for clearing out these crowds. Just drive down the street and watch them disappear. So hopefully they'll be doing some of that. I hope so. Oh man, so much insanity going on. I was talking originally for the benefit of people that weren't around. one of the really main ways that I get my information is via an application called Scanner Radio. And it's available for both Android and iOS. I'm running it here right now, although for some reason the stream, it seems to be down now. It was, for the longest time, they had it on unencrypted frequencies, which was awesome because you could sit there and just listen to everything going on and listening to it get worse and worse and worse. It basically just sucks, Beavis. You do a couple of things here. There. Oh, man. Nope, I just lost it. Come on. I got so many windows that it doesn't know what to do with itself. Trying to get my friend back up here. There it goes. Oh, man. I did this a little bit before. I'm going to have to do it again. Not because I had to go to the bathroom like last time, but because I got lower back arthritis, and no matter what I'm doing, it's starting to hurt right now. Because I've now been on for 3 and, 10, 11, 12, 1, 3.5 hours. So, with the understanding that my channel is largely reviews, movie reviews, TV show reviews for, science fiction and things like that, I'm going to throw you on my emergency trailer while I go and stretch so that my back isn't quite killing me so much. And because I think I may be up here all night. Be aware that this trailer isn't anything that's related to news or anything like that. This is just an emergency trailer that I throw up when I have to walk away. So enjoy yourself for a few minutes. It won't be the full 10 minutes that this emergency trailer counts down to, but I'll be gone for a few. So I will be back as soon as I possibly can.
Good evening, folks, and a hearty welcome to our drive-in theater. We have a wonderful evening's entertainment lined up for you, one that will provide several hours of pleasurable relaxation and diversion for you and your family. Did you fail to dress up for tonight's show? No tie, an old shirt and slacks, a house dress? Well, don't give it a thought. We're glad you came as you are. We just want you to enjoy yourselves. Don't forget to visit our refreshment center during the intermission or any time. You love the tasty array of snacks we have to offer. So will the youngsters. Everything is quality and so good. We hope you'll make this a weekly visit. Bring the family. Bring your friends. There are always wonderful new pictures to see, delightful snacks to nibble, a gay, pleasant evening for all. Oh, a word of caution. Don't drive over 10 miles an hour in the theater area for your safety's sake. And Mom or Pop, go with the kids when they leave the car. We hope you have a wonderful time. Come back soon.
Show starts in 8 minutes. Yum, yum. It's time for a tasty and refreshing snack. Promise to satisfy your hunger, your thirst, your sweet tooth. So visit our refreshment center now. Let's go! Show starts in 7 minutes.
It's refreshment time, folks.
Taste that beats the others cold. Pepsi pours it on. Taste that beats the others cold. Pepsi pours it on.
Yum, yum. It's a meal in itself. our all-meat super dog. Enjoy one now.
Show starts in 6 minutes.
As everyone knows, rainbows usually have a treasure at the end. Let's follow this one and see if we can find the pot of gold.
Ah, there, and I suppose you've come to claim me treasure.
Well, we'd like to see the gold first.
Ethan, there's better than gold in here, me lad. No, just look here, no.
Candy. Refreshing soft drinks.
Okay, welcome back to Tales from SYL Ranch, where everyone is entitled to my opinion. And we are continuing coverage, which will, I guess I'm probably going to be here all night, of the riots going on in Minneapolis, Minnesota. And we may get some more stuff going because we've heard stuff happening in Los Angeles. And, oh man, look at that fire over there. Jesus. That's an automobile, isn't it? God. Set cars on fire. Wendy's is on fire. The AutoZone has now burned to the ground. And Calhoun Square, people are coming out with armloads of clothes that I assume they're going to burn. The thing about this is to make it even worse, because I mean, there's a number of things at play here. We have, George Floyd, who was murdered, and they're angry about that. My guess is that Black Lives Matters has some kind of thing going on with this. They often do with this stuff. And at the same time, you're dealing with people who have now been stuck in their homes for the better part of 2 to 3 months. They've been just sitting in there going stir crazy. Now, somebody like me, I'm kind of an introvert, so, it doesn't matter to me. I can be home forever. I rarely leave anyway. Just to go to gym, and when it's open, I go to the gym and stuff like that. But they've been stuck at home and absolutely just stir crazy. And so this gave him an excuse. And Calhoun Square is a major shopping mall. I have a very good friend of mine. We were talking about this before I even got on. His spidey sense was tingling. I had been listening to this since 7 p.m. and it was getting worse and worse and worse, so I decided to come on. Vincent Marquis or Marquez, I'm not sure. Cities riot when their teams win the championship too. Yes, I've listened to quite a lot of incidents in Chicago. I lived in Chicago for about 10 years. My ex lives in the burbs. My kids grew up in the burbs. So I used to listen. I listen to those fairly frequently, and I have gotten to the point where I can now recognize certain field commanders. There's one female field commander, and for God's sake, do not ever let anybody tell you that women can't be cops, because this female field commander, is a fracking amazing. Whenever there's a big disturbance like this, something bad going down, that field commander, she's awesome. She's just absolutely rock solid. She is always calm. It doesn't matter what's going on. The ones I listened to in 2016, there were multiple protests when Donald Trump was elected, and they were all like marching down to, Trump Tower there in Chicago, which I know where is, having spent some time there. That field commander was amazing. I mean, if she's on duty, she's calm, she's collected no matter how bad it gets. And it has an impact on her officers. She will be calm, her officers will be calm. And I think that she has probably prevented some very bad things happening. If they'd fired one shot during any of those, it would have been chaos. And she was able to keep everything under control and tell everybody what to do. And you could hear her on the radio. She would be, she'd be saying, okay, send such and such to do this. And it would be like, yes, you need to run over and do that. And then she'd come back and totally calm, just totally calm. We did not have that when I was listening to the first responder stream, which is, by the way, where I get the vast majority of my information. I don't pay attention to the press. I listen to first responders whenever possible, because you will hear things that the press will never tell you about. So, for example, in the 2016 Republican National Convention, I bet you didn't know that the supposedly peaceful protesters that were outside at one point were running around and injecting people with numbing agents. People went to the hospital with heart problems because the numbing agent had reached their hearts. Bet you never heard that, but I did. So I always like to go with the first responder frequencies. That'll be the most, to my opinion, the most accurate. Okay, this guy is now running a non-live stream. Okay, so let me see if I can find a actual live stream from Minneapolis. We will filter you. Well, let me reload you just to make sure that I'm getting a new list. Yeah, okay, just got an BCDR initiation alarm from one of our clients in Minneapolis. Oh, God, and it's in the uptown area, too, a doctor's office. Hope he ain't there. His business may not be there in the morning. Yeah, let me make sure here. Always listen to the first responder frequencies. They're the best news. When you listen to non-first responders, you wind up with news reporters who tend to do quite a lot of just free associating. You know, they don't have too much information, really. And they spend a lot of time supposedly tracking things down, but that still they'll miss the fact or not report on purpose, you know, that somebody's running around putting numbing agents into somebody. All right, well, let's see what you look like. Oh, it's Lookner. Okay, I want to stay off of Steve Lookner's channel. Not these. Steve Lookner operates a channel called Agenda Free TV. He's very good, very, very good. But I want to stay off of his stream. So let's see. Are you live? Yes, you are. Oh God, we've got an aerial view. I love those. I love aerial views. That's yeah, okay, he's watching this guy's watching a Fox News station. Okay, there's a Fox News station out there with a okay, got to find me the Fox News. Okay, because if they've got I want to stay off of his channel because he's down there in the bottom. So let me see. Oh, Minneapolis Fox News. When I can spell right. Fox 9, looks like that's their Fox station. We will watch live. And we'll be right back. Screw you. Well, let me see what other live streams I can find here in YouTube. I'll leave this one on. It's a good aerial view, despite the fact that the guy is talking in the bottom. Let me get rid of his chat. That'll be annoying if we don't. This has got to be old. That's daytime. Okay, so we're seeing something that happened towards the beginning of this. To make matters worse on all of this, it's a very nice day. I'm far enough from Minneapolis that. Larry says Steve has already picked sides in the COVID mess. He's no longer objective. Yeah, I know. For the longest time, all he ever ran were COVID-19 stuff, and I stopped. I unsubscribed to him because of that. In a lot of ways, he's generally pretty good. But yeah, you're right. With the COVID thing, he's gotten off base. But some of what you're seeing here, I don't know how much is live. They were showing some stuff earlier that was clearly during the day. This has been building at least since 5 p.m. Central Time. It is now it's a quarter to 2, 20 minutes to 2 a.m. Central Time. And that's both my time zone and the one that Minneapolis is in. Mention again, I have, excuse me, I have a bunch of family that lives not in Minneapolis, but north of there for the most part. I may have some relatives living in Minneapolis right now. I don't stay in that great of contact with them. My sister does have a very good friend who lives in Minneapolis, so it'd be interesting to know what she finds out. She may know more right now than I do. Might text her and see what she has to say. But man, oh man, I have, most of the time what these reporters are doing is they're just free associating. They look at what I'm looking at and they free associate. I'm free associating too. The difference is, I tell you, they have new news because they are constantly have an earpiece back to a producer or something who feeds them new facts as they go along. But most of the time they just sit and they free associate and they sensationalize by taking the worst footage they can find and then running it on a loop so that it looks really terrible. Not that this ain't really terrible tonight, but yeah, that's what they usually do. Anyway, I have a very good, very old friend of mine who is, I was in IT for 40 years. He is still in it, and absolutely brilliant man. He does stuff in IT that I can only dream of. And keeps track of things and statistics and world events that I cannot keep track of. He is acting sort of my producer. He's giving me stuff in Facebook chat here because I can't keep track of everything that's going on. He's saying about the doctor's office. It's one of his clients. His data will certainly be backed up. We just got a clear notification. Okay. Business continuity is assured and disaster response is activated. If you need to drop off, Marshall, so that you can do your job, please feel free to do so. I will cope somehow. But 28th and Lake Street, oh good, a cop was shot with a gunshot victim. Okay, so there's a police with a victim. 5 people inside kitchen window. One has a gun in Calhoun Square. Oh, man, I hope the National Guard shows up quick, and I hope they have that microwave weapon thing that they use to clear crowds, because if they don't, they're going to have to start shooting these people. And there have got to be, I don't know how many, because I've no count, and I can't tell from looking at this how many people are there. But if you look at the Snapchat, that is really, really rather interesting to see. Let me move the Snapchat window so you can kind of see it. This is a map. Let me reload it just to make sure that it's staying current. This is a map of the general area on Snapchat where this is taking place. The more red it gets, the more people are putting up Snapchat videos and pictures. Clearly, if we zoom out, I think we can zoom out. If we zoom out from this area, we can see that an enormous part of Minneapolis is affected by this. We've got Snapchats all the way down far on East Lake Street, which we know there have been problems with. Am I looking the right way? No. Let me put it over here. So we've got, Snapchats as far away as that. We've got some Snapchats down here, which I suspect is another hot spot that we maybe don't have any immediate news about. But the really affected area is right here. The police station is on this corner right over here. Okay, Martha said he did fine. He did his job when designing their systems. That's cool. I've done disaster recovery. I know how much fun that can be. One of the things I always like to do, and for people who have just joined the stream, I'll mention it. Let me see. Am I looking in the right direction? Yes, I am. One of the things I like to do is geolocate, because a lot of times you don't really have any good feeling for where something is unless you live there. So I like to geolocate things. So here is a map on satellite view of the ground zero. It's Minneapolis 3rd Police Precinct. And another thing I like to do, just to get an idea of what we're looking at, is not only geolocate it, but also drop myself into Street View, because then we can see, okay, right there, that is the Minneapolis Police Department precinct that is under attack. And that's the only thing you can call this. They're under attack. What happens when I look this way? Okay, so I'm actually looking the wrong way. I like to keep things up so I'm looking in the correct direction so that it doesn't look weird for my viewers. I'm not sure what this is. The Will Army. I'm not sure. Jordan's tweet sent me here. Oh, well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Anybody who wants to jump in, I'm thrilled. Feel free to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. It's always important to hit that notification bell because there is no chance for certain that you will know if you've got if I put up a new video or if I'm going on a stream. The best way to do that is to hit the notification bell. Then you're more likely to get to me. But appreciate it. Thank you very much. Anybody who wants to send me here, please. I'd love to be following my Twitter, but I can't right now. But my chat is certainly the best place to be. Oh, I got a new sub. Thank you, Andrew. Let's see. Steve is picking. Let's see. You too. Well, thank you very much. God, I'm sorry. I have to put my glasses back on. PIS Pacific, sort of. Okay. Well, I appreciate you being here. Thank you very much. Damn it. I'm going to have to put my emergency trailer on for a second here. Forgot to get my drink back with me. Last time I had to stand up. It'll only be less than a minute, so I'll be right back.
Good evening, folks, and a hearty welcome to our drive-in theater. We have a wonderful evening's entertainment lined up for you, one that will provide several hours of pleasurable relaxation and diversion for you and your family. Did you fail to dress up for tonight's show? No tie, an old shirt and slacks, a house dress? Well, don't give it a thought. We're glad you came as you are. We just want you to enjoy yourselves. Don't forget to visit our refreshment center during the intermission or any time.
Okay, welcome back again to Tales from SYL Ranch, where everyone is entitled to my opinion. And I'm Bill Stone. Yes, welcome everyone who's popped in. I appreciate it very much. I'm very likely going to be here all night given what's going on and the fact that it is a very warm night. Weird thing that happens, I'm from Lincoln, Nebraska, a city of about 340,000. That's about 7 hours drive from Minneapolis. And what was I going to say? Oh, yeah. Weird thing about it is you get too much farther north of where I'm at, maybe 100 miles or so. And in the wintertime, the temperature in Minneapolis suddenly is 20 degrees lower than it is where I am. Right now, outside where I am, and I don't have my damn phone now. Oh well, I'll cope. Where I'm at right now, it's around 70 degrees. It's about the same in Minneapolis, and so you got a nice night. You got really angry people who have probably been stirred up by Black Lives Matter. And they also have been stuck inside their homes for 2 to 3 months, going stir crazy. So this is kind of what you're seeing as a result of that. Yeah. Okay. So again, if you're coming to me, do definitely sub to me. Like, sub, hit the notification bell, share me with on social media with all of your friends, family, neighbors, pets, and livestock. So anyway, it's a nice night out there, and they've got a lot of people showing up, and my guess is thousands, given what we're seeing over here on the Snapchat side of the world. Let me pull the Snapchat side down, and so we can see the apocalypse in action. Is that what I'm calling alpha news right now? Yeah. Okay. I'm a one-man shop, so I get to do all of this cool audio video stuff. I'm now being told by my producer that there is a picture on Twitter here that might be useful to see. Oh man, let me see if I can get this in here. Holy frey-holies. Let me add another car, add another element, window capture. We'll call this fire, because that's what it is. And you're going to do that one, yes. Okay. Now, let me change the size of this so maybe we can get this. Let me do this. Right click, open image in new tab. Change the tab. And look at my thing. It's far too large. And that is, oh God, now I got to pull you out. So many windows. That is a picture of a construction fire on 29th, 26th Streets. Not too terribly far from where this is. The crane directly above the building that's engulfed in fire. The department is not responding. The building is collapsing. Yeah, so be sure you're out of the fracking collapse zone. Absolutely. If you're in Minneapolis right now, go home. Unless you're in one of the worst areas, because that ain't very safe. Well, we got another one here that my good friend is sending me. Let's see what that's interesting to look at. Ah, okay. Are you live? Yes, you are. Well, oh, okay. Oh boy. Let me go and change fire. Fire. We're going to change our to live. And there's the fire in progress. Let me drop you down behind my screen, my camera. One-man shop here. I have to do everything myself. So there we have. Oh, this is Unicorn Riot again. Okay. All right. Unicorn Riot started a new stream. Unicorn Riot is interesting. I'm going to drop this one off. He's playing back. He's playing Unicorn Riot. That's where you figured it out. Okay. Okay, so what do I have now? How many? I got so many windows I don't. Yeah, I can get rid of. No, not you. Yeah, I can get rid of you. Okay. So that I'm looking that direction to see it, so I need it over here. So I'm looking in the right direction. Snapchat's over there, and my map is over there. Sorry, I always try to be very careful so that if I'm looking at something, I'm looking in the correct direction so that it doesn't look weird for my audience. All by myself with help. Yes, Marshall, you are absolutely invaluable. I could not do this without you. He is acting basically as my producer and feeding me new information as it comes up because I'm talking and I also can't keep track of everything that's going on because it's a very rapidly devolving situation. Gareth Ross, UK, travel ban, America. This stupidity must be confined. COVID-19 cases will sharply rise in a few weeks. I doubt it. I don't think so. I think we've hit our COVID. We actually have to remove all of those restrictions sooner rather than later. I live in an agricultural state. I'm not in agriculture. I've been in IT all my life. But I live in an agricultural state, and I'm watching our agricultural industry in the United States collapse. We have ranchers that are now having to euthanize much of their herds. We have dairy farmers who are dumping their milk. We have meat processing plants, which are otherwise, think of them as slaughterhouses, closing down. We are in some danger of starving. I don't know what that danger is, but the danger impacts over 1 billion people worldwide because the U.S. agricultural system feeds over 1 billion people worldwide. COVID-19, it doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't matter how many cases we get, because if our agricultural industry fails, New York City, dead. Los Angeles, dead. Chicago, dead. Any major city, dead. They will all die of starvation. There will be food riots. No, it's time to end it, period. We've got to. We've got to. If we want to save ourselves at this point, we must. There's a report that this large fire is spreading to the neighborhood and other houses are starting on fire with people inside. Anybody watching me from Minneapolis, the only advice I can give you at this point in time, bug out. Get in your car and leave. Go find a motel somewhere 100 miles away. Your city is under attack, and there is absolutely no way to know whether or not this is going to get better, and I think it's going to get worse all night. I'm prepared to sit here all night. Yes, the entire country should be on the streets at this point. This entire thing is psy-op. Well, oh, you mean COVID? Yeah. We have given away all of our freedom. Nothing that they've done with this has any constitutional basis whatsoever. We have given over to people who should never be given this power. We have given over our freedom to them. It's as simple as that, and it will never come back. Because once you give over power, once you give over your freedom, there is only one way to get it back. Only one way, and that is bloody revolution. That is the only way that you ever get your freedom back. But at this point, we are in danger of having a chunk of the country starved to death, and potentially 1 billion people in the world starving to death. We've got to get this stopped. We've got to get it stopped right now. There is no good reason to keep it going anymore. The cure is far, far worse than the disease at this point. But the stupidity being contained. Look, this is what's happening here. Is there was a guy, God, I've forgotten his name and I don't have it in front of me anymore, who was killed by some police officers in, in Minneapolis. It was just outright, you wouldn't call it murder, but certainly manslaughter. They killed him. And so this is a response to that. At the same time, I think Black Lives Matter is probably involved. We've heard that they're involved in the what's going on right now in Los Angeles. This could go other places. We've heard about Los Angeles, somewhere in New York, Nut City, and Memphis. And the Los Angeles one, it was reported that Black Lives Matter was involved. Black Lives Matter is, in my opinion, a terrorist organization. This is what they do. Property damage, death. This is what they do wherever they go. So it wouldn't surprise me if that was actually true, that they were involved. But this has very little to do with things that, are specific to the United States. There are some guns being involved here, but fewer than you might imagine. There are people running around with them. But we've had 2 or 3 incidents with guns. One was a fatality. There was a owner of a nearby pawn shop who tried to essentially stayed there to try to save his business because everything was on fire. I mean, everything in a huge chunk around this police station is on fire. So he tried to stay, and he shot somebody and was arrested. I think there may have been another person that I recall. I have to look back through my through all of my notes that my kind producer is sending me. So, yes, the media is the enemy of the people. I don't go that far because I have some historical knowledge about how the press has always worked. The press has never been trustworthy. All you need to do is go back about 100 years, maybe a little bit more, and look at the William Randolph Hearst newspapers. That guy got us into a war. If you want to see something really fun, look up the 1934 edition, I think it is, of a film called The Front Page on YouTube. And if you adjust for technology, our press is exactly the same. They have never been trustworthy. Never. Let's see. Person overheard male in vehicle say he's going to run over protesters. Second time I've heard that. I sure as hell hope that's not the case. I mean, as insane as all this is, the last thing you want to do is be there or try to do anything about it. You want to get in your car and leave. Just get the hell out of Minneapolis. Yes, it's a city of 3 million plus people, but leave. Chunks of this are moving in places that it's unpredictable. We don't know for sure what's going to happen or where it's going to happen. Get out. Go find yourself a motel or a hotel somewhere far away. Brainerd immediately comes to mind. And if you don't know where Brainerd is, that's way up in northern Minnesota. Minnesota is a state that roughly the same distance, north-south as California. It's a big state. But the media, the press, they're just really bad at their jobs. They're really, really bad at their jobs. Sometimes they don't even mean to be bad at their jobs. But I said this before in the stream. I'll save it again for the new people. I've been a critic of the press since I was 15 years old, and they didn't get a stupid little thing that was for a human interest fluff piece right about me. And then I got to see them completely lie in the early 1980s about Deborah Winger. Saw it firsthand. Total lies. Every newspaper and TV outlet in the state of Nebraska lied. And then later on, I was an actor, and I got an interview done with me. Hit piece. Just outright hit piece for no good reason. I've since been involved in the press ever since, and it's gotten to a point where if you give me half an hour and any news article from any source, and if you're a conservative, that includes Fox News, in half an hour I can prove one of three things. That the event being reported never happened. That the event being reported, it didn't happen as reported, or that when you strip away a slick interface, filler, lots of opinion and emotionally loaded language, the facts devolve to a few paragraphs at best. They just are terrible. Even if there's a story about, the local fire department getting a cat out of the tree a block away, they'll frack up the facts somewhere. They always do. They can't get it right when they're trying. And of course, they're fantastically, skewed towards liberalism. And so, when you get on with, President Trump, they just sit there asking him questions, trying to make him look bad. I am not a Trump supporter. I'm a libertarian, but I get a huge kick out of watching President Trump just walk all over those guys because it's what they deserve. None of them are any good. Me, I'm just, I'm not trying to be a journalist. I am, at best right now, being an aggregator for news. I'm not, sitting out there in the field, which is why I like to watch the citizen journalism feeds, which this unicorn riot basically is. It's much better if you want to get good news. Watch citizen journalism feeds, preferably ones where they simply point their cameras and then shut up. They don't tell you anything. They don't narrate anything. They don't talk about anything. They just let you, as a viewer, come to your own conclusions based on what you see. It's why I watch C-SPAN whenever I want to see something. Oh, damn. I am going to have to put on my emergency trailer again because my phone is off in my room, shooting out an alert that's going to take me, it's going to get louder and louder and louder for the next 20 minutes, and then it's going to beep loudly. So I will be right back. Here's my emergency trailer.
Good evening, folks, and a hearty welcome to our drive-in theater. We have a wonderful evening's entertainment lined up for you, one that will provide several hours of pleasurable relaxation and diversion for you and your family. Did you fail to dress up for tonight's show? No tie, an old shirt and slacks, a house dress? Well, don't give it a thought. We're glad you came as you are. We just want you to enjoy yourselves. Don't forget to visit our refreshment center during the intermission or anytime.
Okay, welcome back. This is Tales from SYL Ranch, where everyone is entitled to my opinion, and I'm Bill Stone. If you like what I'm doing, please like, sub, hit the notification bell, and share me with all of your family, friends, neighbors, pets, and livestock. Suddenly I'm up on top of the world. That's my... the theme from The Greatest American Hero is my alert, my song that I wake up to. Let's see. My producer tells me our client's office has been forcibly entered. And right for the cash box and looking for drugs. It was a doctor's office. What a shock. Gareth Ross UK says someone was running around with a chainsaw. I didn't catch that. It's all pretty scary. If you're in Minneapolis, get out. Just get out. Get out. Go. Leave. It's time. Also, the press are there to sell product and line its own pockets. Look at the media stir in the UK over one man taking his child to another house before he was unable to provide child care. Overblown. Yeah, absolutely. You always have to remember, a journalist's job is not to report the facts. A journalist's job is to sell advertising. And so they will be sensational and crazy and get the facts all wrong as long as it will sell them advertising. That's their job, selling advertising. Oh, man. But I haven't paid a ton of attention to things in the UK, Gareth. I kind of think, you know, we got our own problems. I have enough trouble keeping up with all that. And Cole Matteo, first time I've seen you here. Can't believe this is even happening. Minnesota has been my home my whole life. Oh, wow. Never seen anything like this. I mean, what's going to happen now? Yeah, I have quite a number of relatives that live north of Minneapolis. I think I may have some that live in Minneapolis. I'm not sure anymore. I don't keep that much contact with them at this stage. My sister has some good friends in Minneapolis. I hope they're getting the hell out. I might text her and see if I don't know if she's awake, but it is, after all, in Central Time, 2:09 a.m. But, Cole, I'm very sorry to hear that. You know, Minnesota is a great place. I've been up there a jillion times, and it's a wonderful state. And Minneapolis is a great city. It's horrifying to see this stuff. But in terms of what's going to happen now, I don't have the slightest clue. Let's see. Alpha News is saying that is Alpha News live again? Reporting that a car crashed into the fire in the road. What a shock. And 2629 East Lake Restaurant on fire, 29th and Lake. Well, let us geolocate this if I can find my frickin'... All right, let's get out of this. We will take you and put my Minnesota map up above the fire, and then we'll move the Minnesota map so that it's not a pain in the ass and getting things in the way. All right, now let's try move you over here so it looks like I'm looking at you. Okay, so that was just saw some National Guard on the rooftop in the Unicorn riot feed. Okay, I haven't been able to keep my eyes on it. 2629. There we go. Okay, so that's right over here. What business is that? I always like to geolocate. Always like to have a look in Street View. So it's on... Not seeing the number. One of these buildings. What are you? 2621, and you said it was 2629. So I guess maybe it's this next building over here, this liquor store. Nope, it's probably the liquor store. No, it's not. Well, it's over in that general direction anyway. I can't spend all of my time sitting over there, so. Let's go back to the precinct. But anyway, it's not far. I'm not surprised. Everything is shot to hell down there. Whole area is going to be burned out by morning. Let's see. Cole Matteo, I believe. Dev Rod, thanks to see. Nice to see you here. Thank you very much. This is a symptom of a larger problem. These people have a pain in their hearts. Some are from the police, some are from their own choices in life, and some are from bad circumstances. I think that's true to some extent. That's just my opinion now, because everybody's entitled to my opinion. Race relations got significantly worse under President Obama. Significantly worse. Under him, Black Lives Matter was allowed to run wild as a terrorist organization. And they've never been put down. And they need to be. So we've got some of that going on. Race relations in the U.S. got worse under President Obama than they had at any time in my 50-plus years on the planet. He made it much, much worse by giving these guys legitimacy. So there's that. You know, I don't want to say that there isn't such thing as racism, because that'd be stupid. There obviously are racists. Maybe I'm just somebody who's been really lucky, but I don't know any. I don't know any racists, you know. But I'm not saying there isn't racism. There obviously is. By the same token, you know, the way to deal with racism is not to burn down your city. You know, there are other ways to cope with this, and this is a significant overreaction, considering that the cops in question have been kicked off and are facing charges that are probably going to be manslaughter. There are certainly bad circumstances. I have been essentially destitute since my divorce in 2004. That's what divorce does to men in the United States. It causes you to be destitute for the rest of your life. So I mean, I have lived in poor places. You don't have to do this. You know? My wonderful producer Marshall is telling me the guys in the doctor's office. He has a client who's a doctor's office, and he says, because he's in IT as well. He's been in it as long as I have, maybe longer, and is a brilliant man. And he said the guys in the doctor's office at his client nearby where all of this is going down. They broke into the doctor's office. They spilled alcohol around and lit it on fire. My guess is to cover their tracks, all in masks. Don't want to be the one that has to tell him that. He'll find out in the morning. Devrod, Obama did make it worse by doing nothing in their mind. Well, I don't think he did nothing. I think, you know, he some of the people that Black Lives Matters wanted to support were not that good people. I don't remember the guy who was the hands up, don't shoot guy, right? Nonsense. Pure nonsense. The forensics were clear. What happened was the cop stopped him. He stuck his hand into the cop's window, attempted to wrestle the cop's gun away from him, shot himself in the hand in the process, fortunately missing anything else, started running away. The cop, who couldn't do anything else, got out, told him to halt. He turned and ran toward him. The forensic evidence was totally clear that he'd been shot in the front while running toward him. But Black Lives Matter supported him. And President Obama said, oh, this could have been my son. Really? Your son does that? Your son would do that? He must be a pretty crappy parent. So by giving that legitimacy, it made it even worse. I know that they thought that he did nothing for them, but he legitimized violence. It was terrible. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, Devrod says, just saying what people were saying. Yeah, I get it. I've heard them say the same thing. And a lot of the reason that Obama got elected was because a lot of white people said, okay, we get him in, and finally this is going to all be over. And it wasn't by a long shot. It wasn't by a long shot at all. And so now we have stuff like this. Boy, man, I hope, just looking at all the fires we're seeing, I sure hope that the Minneapolis, my God, look at that. Look at that. That's an enormous fire. Good God. And this can spread. I mean, I don't want to say it'll happen, but I can't help but hearken back to the Chicago fire, having lived there for about 10 years and knowing a little bit about that. But my God, that's a huge fire. Fortunately, we have much better fire departments than we did back then. But geez, That is a big-ass fire going on over there. But in any case, you know, I'm just sitting here and trying to keep abreast of it, mostly because I have a connection to Minneapolis. Been there lots of times. Mostly remember the incredible cold. You go there in the wintertime, it's far enough north of where I live that the temperature drops 20 degrees. It's really horrifying. It can be I don't know, 20 degrees, which happens in my part of the country, and then you go up north and all of a sudden it's 0 or 10 below or something. Got way more snow than here and everything too, so. But also I think there's some other stuff, Devrod, going on here that is a little more easy to explain. These are people who have been stuffed into their houses and their apartments for the better part of 3 months or more. They've been going stir crazy, and the average person, unlike me, I'm kind of an introvert, but the average person, it starts to get to you. And so I think it's a combination of factors that all just came apart in the worst way. So, but my God, look at that fire. I wonder where that is. I wonder if I can spot any landmarks that might allow me to locate that. Can't tell. Let's see if Unicorn Riot actually has anything to say about it. I'll put their audio up so I can hear it. Good God, look at that. I don't know how big that is from the distance that I'm seeing it and the fact that there are people staying back from it. That sure looks like a very large building, a very large single strip. Maybe it's that one of the strip malls that's close to that police precinct. Good God. Oh, let's see what we got here. Marshall is telling me taking a 10-minute eye break, headache incoming. Well, don't stay on if you need to be doing that. I can figure things out one way or the other. If you've got, you know, headaches coming on, please take off. But as always, would be thrilled if you liked, subbed, hit the notification bell, because that's the only way you know if I've uploaded a video or started a live stream, because YouTube will not necessarily show it. I know that I'm deranked by YouTube, so you can't, for example, on YouTube, I cannot say, I've already done it, so I'll get deranked after this is done, but I cannot say the name of that virus that's going around. If I say it, it will hurt me. The deal is that I'm a political libertarian. Libertarians and conservatives on YouTube are discriminated against and deranked if we name that virus. You know, Tim Pool, a big YouTuber, does a ton of videos every day, a lot of news. Like the guy very much. He can't say the name of that virus. He gets deranked if he does. It's insanity. YouTube is a crap platform, and the moment that somebody comes up with something that can really, you know, compete with it, I'm there, dude. I'm there. Man, hearing a lot of sirens here. Well, let me have a look and see what may be happening in other parts of the world. Because we did see this starting to go in Los Angeles. Let's see if there's any rioting there. News. That's 5 hours ago. 11 minutes ago. Well, it doesn't look like they've been as bad in Los Angeles. They've blocked the freeway, attacked some police cars. But that report was 5 hours old. Let me look at Memphis, which is one of the other places that we had heard about problems. Blocking streets. That was 1 hour ago. Pictures don't look nearly as bad as Minneapolis. Oh, no, that's 30 days ago. So, let me just check what this looks like here. Pardon me while I sit here and read other news things and see if there's anything going on, because we had heard about stuff in Minneapolis and Los Angeles and Memphis, Tennessee. Blocked a main thoroughfare. Racially mixed groups. Situation intensified. Police are in riot gear. Okay, that's Minneapolis, but standing behind metal barricades. Okay, so the protesters in Memphis and Los Angeles don't seem to be nearly as bad as we've gotten so far in Minneapolis. So, with let's see, Cold Medio, if you're still watching me, you're from Minnesota. If you got any friends in Minneapolis, I suggest that you tell them to take off. Go find a motel or hotel room in Brainerd for the night or something. If you're from Minnesota, you get that joke. How far away Brainerd is from Minneapolis. Oh, man. What a night. It's just been ridiculous, and I've got a whole bunch of windows up here, and I'm just looking from one to the other to see how bad it is. Let me have a look and see what Snapchat has to say about something. Let me see. I'm looking. God, which direction should I be looking for Snapchat? It doesn't matter. Snapchat has a ton of people who have been taking video and pictures. This Unicorn Riot one, that is a live stream. I much prefer citizen journalists and live streams to regular news because when I've gone out to attempt to cover something, and I have once in a while, this is what I'm covering it with. I put my phone on this and use it whenever I need to. And I do what a good citizen journalist should do. I point my cam, and I shut up. Every 10 minutes or so, I might come in and say, you're watching Tales from SYL Ranch. I'm Bill Stone. Here we are back. And that's all I ever do. And that's what a good citizen journalist does. And that's what makes them better than regular journalists, than professional journalists. Because they just point their camera and they let you come to your own conclusions about what you're seeing. They don't sit there and tell you about what you should be seeing or what their biases are you should be seeing. Hell, I've got biases, but I'm not pretending to be a reporter, and I will tell you outright when I have my biases. Gold Medial says, yes, I have plenty of close family there, and one of my friends has a family restaurant that might have been raided already. Oh, God, heartbreaking situation to see unfold. Jeez. Well, if it's, God, anywhere in the vicinity of the 3rd Precinct police building, there was a report that essentially everything from there down to 35th Avenue had been looted. And many buildings are now ablaze, as you can see right here. So, yeah, I hope everything turns out well for you. I hope it turns out well for family and friends. And, which way this is going to go is impossible to say. They've got National Guard out there now. National Guard has multiple options in terms of what they can use. I assume they're trying to use non-lethal weapons. But at one point, they ran out of non-lethal with the police department. They had to go out and get more. But they were using all non-lethal stuff. And I hope that the National Guard's able to do that. If not, they could just start shooting them. And that would, I hope not, because I think that would kick off a really serious problem. I think in my city of 340,000, if they started shooting mostly black people in Minneapolis, oh, God, that could be really ugly. That could be really ugly. Everywhere that could be really ugly. So I hope that they're able to resolve the situation with, non-lethal methods. It's just looking at this. I mean, my God, that's astonishing. And there's a lot of, as I say, the report that we got was that basically everything on East Lake from Minnehaha all the way down to, I believe it was 35th Avenue, which I don't know the city well enough. I think it's a north-south street. You guys do streets differently than we do. But everything along East Lake from there had started to look like this. And the guy who's been very helpfully feeding me information that I don't have the time to look at because I'm talking or I'm looking at this, that, and the other thing. He was telling me that as far down as, a good chunk the other direction on Lake Street, west on Lake Street, was also having problems. And one of his clients, he's in IT, a doctor, had his building broken into, his cash stolen, drugs taken, and then they set fire to the place. So, it's conceivably pretty bad. It's certainly very, very bad right now, as you can see. God, look at the fires. It just astonishes me. People are throwing fireworks now into the fire. Oh, man. What a nightmare. I don't know what you do about this. Oh, there's somebody with a gun, just walked past with a gun. There's a number of those that we've seen in the crowd, people walking past with guns. Fortunately, there hasn't been anything particularly bad happening with his guns. Oh, there's a guy with who's got a cam on his head. Oh, I wish I knew what his stream was. I'd love to see that. Those are the ones I really like. I was watching there was a giant thing going on in Boston several years ago where like 5 or 6 Republicans were meeting in a park, and like 5,000 people turned out to drive them away. The best video I got from at that time from citizen journalists was guys who had like GoPros strapped to their heads, and then they were transmitting out, and they would just ride their bikes around. And it got really scary at one point when they were there. It was a frightening situation. Not as bad as this. They didn't burn anything down. That one ended relatively peacefully, and they fortunately didn't kill this half-dozen Republicans that as they waded through this giant crowd to get to their cars. They certainly could have killed them. I thought they might. But, man, this is all just insanity. But anyway, the places that I've heard about, let me look and see if maybe we've got any other unreported so far rioting. I just look up riot on YouTube, on DuckDuckGo.com. You should always use DuckDuckGo.com rather than Google, because Google tracks everything and everything you do and everywhere you go and everything you've ever searched. They're nasty. Let me see news. See if there's anything else. Hong Kong, 3 hours ago. Minneapolis, Hong Kong. So where is that? Protesters mourn Joe's police respond with riot gear and tear gas. Oh, man. Just tell me that's Minneapolis. Oh my God. There's some website called refinery29.com. The headline is Protesters mourned George Floyd's death. Police responded with riot gear and tear gas. Yeah. Just protesting. Just mourning. Just mourning his death. That's all. Just mourning it. This is why the press cannot be believed. But most of the riot stuff that I'm seeing is actually in Hong Kong, which makes sense. Their Chinese are trying to go for those guys. Jassy James, nice to see you here tonight. This seems like end times. In Revelations, it says the end of the world will burn, and could this be the start of the end? The Lord be with us. No, I don't think it's the end of the world. I just think that it's massive overreaction. The destruction here isn't biblical, but it's rather amazing. I'm shocked by it. There's something like 10 or so blocks on East Lake Street where all of the businesses have been completely looted. I don't know what this is. I wish I could figure out what this is, because I have a sneaking suspicion that this is the Target that's across the street from the police precinct where this is taking place, because they completely spent about an hour and a half completely looting the target out of everything that was there. And then someone set fire inside of it, so it wouldn't shock me. It's so bad that the fire department can no longer respond to every call. They had to let auto parts store burn to the ground. They could not deal with it. I don't think that there's anything here in terms of, revelations. The world has seen far worse than this. This is bad. I can't think of anything in my lifetime that comes close to what's going on right now there. But if you go back in history, you've seen way worse. Civil War, they burned down Atlanta. They used to routinely in warfare torch towns and cities. You see, there's worse in history. There is worse in history. I don't think there's worse in American history unless you go back to, I don't know, when the war with the Canadians, when they burned down the White House. I don't know. But I don't think it's necessarily indicative of end times or anything like that. I just think it's a combination of really bad factors. My own personal opinion, because on Tales from SYL Ranch, everyone is entitled to my opinion. I think it's, the fact that this person who was killed and murdered, really, was black, the fact that it was the police that did it, and during the Obama administration, it was put out constantly that the police were running around just trying to kill black people, which just ain't true. These particular cops deserve to go to prison, and I think they probably will on manslaughter charges. Can't call it murder because they didn't intend, with malice aforethought, to kill George Floyd. They killed him, and when that happens, they call it manslaughter. But they're off the force. They're going to go and be charged. The mayor wants them charged. I'm sure they will be. There was no reason to react this way. All you had to do was pay attention to the mayor. He's going to get rid of these guys. They're going to jail. But we have this. It's a nice night out, and these are people who, like many others, have been stuck inside of their homes and their apartments for 2 to 3 months, going stir crazy. So it's just a lot of stuff coming together simultaneously. Let's see. Larry says the left thinks everything is doomsday. Yeah, that's, well, I know lots of people. I'm a political libertarian, and so there's so few of us that we can't afford to live in a bubble. It's just not possible. We can't surround ourselves with like-minded people. You can't. Social media makes it easier. Sorry, I have lower back arthritis. I'm trying to keep it from killing me in this chair. Social media has made it easier to connect with each other, but you still can't get away with just having a bubble. I know lots and lots of Democrat and liberal friends I have, and lots and lots of Republican and conservative friends I have. And I know, there's a lot. Your average sane, liberal is fine. They're not going to think that this is the end of the world. They're probably going to come down on the side of the people who burned down these buildings. There's that. Then again, maybe not. I know one guy who probably wouldn't. But what the press does, on the other hand, yeah, as far as the press is concerned, everything is the end of the world. There's no question about that. And the press in the United States is ultra left-leaning. You can get better news about the United States on the BBC. I suggest going to BBC, I think it's .co.uk, bbc.co.uk, and you can find much, much better information about United States news than you actually can in the United States. And the U.S. press does not report anything that goes on outside of the United States. You would probably be surprised to know about the various military buildups that are going on at various places around the world, because the U.S. press doesn't talk about it. You want to know about world news, BBC is the place for it. bbc.co.uk. Awesome. Just much, much better in terms of news. The U.S. press sucks. And they've always sucked. This is nothing new. Let me find it, and I'll put a link to it in here. Let me go out to YouTube. Because, hey, I got chat and I can do it. Let's see. The front page, 1931. And I'll copy you. That URL that I just gave you is a link to a film called The Front Page. It has been made and remade many, many times, but this is the 1931 version, the one that is based off the 1929 play. This movie and the play were written by a pair of Chicago journalists at the time. They were working reporters at the time. Watch that film, because they based all of the behavior of the reporter characters, which are mostly the reporters in this film, on their own experience. You watch that film and you discover that the press has never been trustworthy. Their job is to sell advertising. If you take that movie and you just update the technology to modern times, no difference. Their job is to sensationalize and sell advertising, and the U.S. press is terrible about it. But watch the film sometime. It's a really good film. It's dark satire, to be sure. It's dark satire. But when you see the behavior of those reporters, just remember, 2 reporters from Chicago wrote that behavior. The U.S. press has never been very reliable. Sorry, I'm moving around here from my back. If you look at the newspapers and stuff owned by William Randolph Hearst at the end of the 19th and into the 20th century, he was such a yellow journalist that he actually got the United States into the Spanish-American War. It was his fault, based on lies. So don't pay any attention to him. They're all just BSing you. Like right now, what I'm doing here is free associating. I'm free associating, and that's what all journalists do, particularly on TV. They just sit there and they free associate. They have no more information than I've got. I wish I was being able to hear the first responder frequency right now, but it seems to be out. But they don't have any more information than I do. They just sit there and they free associate about what they're seeing. They take the worst footage they can find and run it on a loop. And occasionally their producer and their earpiece will give them a new bit of news to throw out there, but even that news isn't very reliable. Mostly they're just free associating. Same as I am. I'm free associating right now. I'm just talking off the top of my head. Difference is I can at least do things the way that I like to see my news. I like to geolocate. I want to see where it is. One of the places where this came in really handy, there was a school shooting. I don't remember where. But the police were operating on an unencrypted frequency, and so I was listening to them geolocated. I could tell exactly what windows they were talking about, looking through and maybe tossing tear gas into. You could just look at it and go, southeast window, first floor. I'm like, oh, okay, there it is. Let me try Broadcastify and see if maybe the police frequency is back. Nope. It's doing nothing. They threw in an advertisement on top of it. Seems dark. Well, that may not be surprising. The police really on this one, earlier shots showed them that basically all they'd been able to do was to guard the front of that police station. And now that they've got National Guard coming in, they're probably pulling back and we won't hear much on their frequency. The first responder frequency for this, the police department frequency, stunningly to me, was unencrypted. Usually when something like this happens, they go to an encrypted frequency because people like me can listen to this thing on my phone. So if you're going to go to try to do something, they know exactly what you're doing. But a lot of times they'll go to an encrypted frequency, so you don't know for sure. But this time, my God, hours and hours they were on an unencrypted freak. Alan Osceola. I'm not sure. Is that Osceola? Osceola. Okay, I'm not sure. Don't know how to pronounce it. Sorry about that if I mangled your name. You're very welcome. Happy to do it. I'm not, the only thing that I do is I try to find citizen journalist feeds like we're seeing here, rather than ones showing up on networks. I don't pay any attention to those because they just free associate and get the facts wrong. They always do. And there are some things they won't report. I mean, I just found a news article, a print news article, that said that these were just guys mourning the deaths of this person and the police attacked them. No, thousands of people showed up and started ransacking and looting and setting buildings on fire to the tune of the point where the fire department can't even deal with it, much less get through the damned crowds to get to the fires. Oh, it's insanity. Yes, thank you, Alan. I appreciate that. Let's go backwards. I got you. Okay. Appreciate that. If you like what I'm doing, like, sub, hit the notification bell, share me on social media, and tell all of your friends, family, neighbors, pets, and livestock to do the same. I will have to tell you that ordinarily, I don't typically do this kind of news. My channel is largely about reviewing science fiction, fantasy, etc. type of movies, superhero, and so forth. But occasionally, when something this bad comes along, I feel like I need to pop in and do something about it. I'm seeing a lot more traffic here in my in my chat than I ordinarily do when I do live streams about science fiction and stuff. And for the better part of a year, I did spend doing nothing but political commentary on this kind of news. It was starting to have something of a negative impact on my psyche. But given the amount of positive feedback I'm seeing here, I may just go back to doing it. And my pseudo producer is back again. If you're getting a headache, dude, dig off. There is a stabbing near Kmart. One stabbed in the head near the new tent city at West Lake Street. Multiple gunshot sounds and car horn going off on Lake and James. I have a very good friend of mine who I have known for 20 plus years, who is acting as my sort of producer. He's able to get some things that I can't because I'm talking and I'm looking at 9 different windows. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 windows up in front of me right now. To answer your question, Alan, about my science fiction, it varies. It varies. I try to review stuff. I have an affinity for what I tend to call classic movies. What that really means is any movie that falls between about 1900 and 1980. I will review those films, generally try to review those on anniversary dates, like 10th anniversary. So if there was something that came out in 1900, 1910, 20, etc., I'd be reviewing that. Haven't been keeping up on that as much as I should. I've been doing lately live streams for live watch parties, I should say, for, oh God, I spent a good 20 episodes live watch partying for Batwoman, the modern day Plan 9 from outer space. Tuesdays right now I'm doing live watch parties for Stargirl. However, that has been a good show, and I might switch over to just plain old a movie, just reviews on that one, recorded reviews. I'm not sure. But basically anything that's out, that's new as well. I review like the Orville, Marvel movies, Star Wars movies, stuff like that. I'll review those because they're, have a popular appeal and all that. In terms of in terms of what I like about Star Trek, any Star Trek between 1966 and 2005, I've been burned since 2019, and I hated Picard and Discovery, but that's just me. The Thing, Alan says, I'm laughing, but Woman Works. I prefer Bag Woman, the homeless bag lady. That's a good web series. Haven't seen that one. There's always a million things I haven't seen. In terms of reviewing The Thing, let me see when that is. I assume you're talking about the 1950s one. When was that out? 1951. I will get to that one next year. That'll be hitting an anniversary next year. So I will, if I don't suddenly change my my format again on the basis of having been up all damn night to do this. I will be reviewing that next year. As I say, I try to hit them on sort of 10th anniversary things. Oh, God, more stuff. 421 Cedar reports of 4 Somali males breaking into the tobacco store, and still reports of looting at the nearby Walgreens, which we've got, yeah. You're talking about the 80s classic. That was 1984, I think I just saw. I generally limit it to about 1980. I've gone above it a couple of times. That's because the period from 1980 on is pretty well documented in terms of fandom. We started to get computers. A lot of the fandom in the movies are well known because after Star Wars, the giant explosion we had in science fiction. So that's pretty well known. But the stuff before that isn't very well known. Now, I could take some time out and do some that are above 1980. I probably will. Excuse me. I'll almost certainly do Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan, when that one comes around. I think that's 80 or 82, I forgot. No, 82, I think. So I'll do that one. But there's never any shortage of things for me to review. It's just a shortage of time for me to do it. And I do a lot of in-depth reviewing. I do way more depth than anybody else on YouTube. For most movies, I will go through and I will talk about not just the acting, but also directing, cinematography, costuming, everything that goes into making a movie. I will talk about all of the people responsible for it. I will give their credits, and I will, like if somebody's got an Oscar, look, this guy came to this film with an Oscar, that sort of thing. I'll talk about them a lot. Oh, God. The Walgreens there is still being looted. They have 10 cars being loaded up from Walgreens. So apparently the rioters figured out how to get 10 cars in there. What is my favorite film, Alan asks. My favorite film, it vacillates. It vacillates, depending on how recently I've watched it. It's either Star Wars A New Hope or Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan. And it vacillates depending on how recently I've watched it. Star Wars is a huge thing for me because I was 12 years old when that came out, and I got to see it in a CinemaScope screen in an environment that it doesn't exist anymore, and it was an astonishing experience. Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan, I just like because I like Star Trek, and that is a damn well-made movie. Am I a fan of Mystery Science Theater? Yeah, I like Mystery Science Theater. The problem is that once you start reviewing stuff like this, you can't watch other reviewers. You have to come to your own opinions, and so I can't watch Mystery Science Theater because they might say something that might influence my own feelings about something. So I kind of have to just, sit and not read and watch any of those things. I will sometimes look at other reviewers after I've reviewed something. There's a couple of people on YouTube, pardon me, I'm trying to get something here. A couple of people on YouTube whose reviews I will watch after I've already reviewed something, but I can't do it before. Anyway, back to the horrifying mess that is this giant fire. I have to wonder if that isn't the target. I mean, the target is only going to be 1 story tall. And it's when you look at the map on it, I'll pull it up here in a second. Since my gym has been closed, I have put on a little weight, and so I'm using a couple of tricks right now to pull my vest a little more closed and give a slightly more slimming appearance. Let me show you on the map. Here's this, of course, is the hotbed of the activity, the 3rd Police Precinct. But over here across the street is this Target. This Target, I don't know if it's a superstore or not, but this basically is the Target store. They were looting that like crazy earlier on tonight, and then they set it on fire. I have to wonder, I don't know, but I have to wonder if this isn't that Target burning to the ground. If it's not, because it's roughly the right size. Alan says, oh, so you're not a fan of Rift X. Oh, I like Rift X, fine. Yeah, I do. I love dubbing stuff myself. Was a big fan of the Most Extreme Eliminations. Cool. Quite a lot on Spike TV in the 2000s. Yeah. 2000s were a different sort of decade for me. I have 2 children who are got one that's now pushing 30, amazingly enough to me. But my 2000s were often involved in raising fairly young children. So I, aside from like Doctor Who and a couple of other shows, I kind of fell out of it because, you know, I got the kids around, they're watching funky stuff like Barney and, you know, things like that. So, but no, I like riff tracks. One of my favorites on YouTube actually is "You're 27, that's cool. Call you dad. You're the same age as my older daughter." Sure, call me dad if you want. But yeah, 2000s were a little bit different for me. So one of my favorite reviewers of all time, and the reason that I do reviews, is Red Letter Media. Red Letter Media does great reviews. Yep, I'm coming up on 5 hours. I'm actually going to have to reach into my... Because, you know, Alan, you get to be my age, you get a box of meds this high, and I got the diabetes, so I kind of have to have these meds now. So, pardon me while I pull out the correct ones, because I've only got 5 that I was supposed to take about 3 hours ago. Let's see, you are lamotrigine, I don't need you. You are the tazepine, I need you. Oh, Lord. You are the omeprazole, I need you. And you are the... Don't need you. Yeah, I need you. I am on so many meds. I'm pulling disability right now for a reason. Social Security disability. And we might pull you out and one of you. All right. Got a ding. Store owners are saying with their businesses out front. Oh, their store owners are staying with the business as an out front to prevent looting. Yeah. Multiple groups of people reportedly doing smash, grab, go routines. Well, not a shock. Good God, look at that building. I wish I knew where that was, and I wish I could geolocate it. Wait, hold on. Might be able to discover. Is an Aldi's? There's an Aldi's. Man, that one, and that's burning to the ground. And there's too much for the fire department to be able to keep up with. It's just insanity. Yeah, pills galore, no kidding. This is my evening pills. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. And now I'm going to do what I should have done close to 3 hours ago. I tell you what, I'm going to put you onto my emergency trailer for a couple of reasons. One is that I need to get up from my back. The other is that I need to inject myself with some insulin because, in the immortal words of Wilford Brimley, I got the diabetes. So I'll do that. Let's see, more news. The fire department in heavy... can't see. I can't see it anyway. Fire department in heavy triage mode, not responding to about 80% of calls. 80% of calls have to go unanswered. That is amazing. That's too amazing for words. This is, you know, we still got a giant crowd of people out there. And I'll throw the sound up on this just so I can hear this guy talking for a second. Okay. All right. Here's a good couple of people talking on here right now. I don't know why they're out. I wouldn't be out anywhere near this crap. But the one guy just said, "No, this is wrong. We shouldn't be doing this either. This is, you know, it was the guy got killed. That was terrible. But this is nuts." And he said that just now. So yay. Alan, diabetes is just an infraction in the struggle of life. You're better than most. I appreciate my spirit. Well, thank you very much. 21st Century Natives, this guy could pass in a Western movie. Well, you're seeing me wearing a costume. I live in Lincoln, Nebraska, a city of about 340,000, about a half an hour away from Omaha, which is a city of about 1 million. And I generally want it made clear that I am not coming from one of the coasts. I am giving you a perspective that you will find in the Midwest Upper Great Plains. So this is my costume. Nobody wears anything like this anywhere that I've ever lived. This is just me pushing an image. So the good, the bad, and the badass vest. Yes. I wish I could close it. Unfortunately, the gym has been closed for a long time, and it has taken a toll. Larry, it's not so much my on-screen persona. I'm as genuine as it gets. There are, as I mentioned a lot of times in my reviews, there's a lot of reviewers that are just acting. They're just acting. When you see me, I'm giving you a real reaction of some kind. I'm not just, saying something is horrible just to say it's horrible. Scanner activity dramatically reduced. Guess what that means? Yup, Daddy's home. The scanner activity reduced. That probably means that our friends at the what am I trying to say? The National Guard have come on. So, well, thank you very much, Alan. I am going to have to put you again on my emergency trailer because I'm hours late with my injections for my insulin, so I probably need to do that just to make sure that I stay upright. So let me put you on my emergency trailer. It'll be several minutes while I do this, but it won't be too long. I will be back momentarily. It will not be the full 10 minutes that the trailer is set out for.
Good evening, folks, and a hearty welcome to our drive-in theater. We have a wonderful evening's entertainment lined up for you, one that will provide several hours of pleasurable relaxation and diversion for you and your family. Did you fail to dress up for tonight's show? No tie, an old shirt and slacks, a house dress? Well, don't give it a thought. We're glad you came as you are. We just want you to enjoy yourselves. Don't forget to visit our refreshment center during the intermission or any time. You love the tasty array of snacks we have to offer. So will the youngsters. Everything is quality and so good. We hope you'll make this a weekly visit. Bring the family. Bring your friends. There are always wonderful new pictures to see, delightful snacks to nibble, a gay, pleasant evening for all. Oh, a word of caution. Don't drive over 10 miles an hour in the theater area for your safety's sake. And Mom or Pop, go with the kids when they leave the car. We hope you have a wonderful time. Come back soon.
Show starts in 8 minutes. Yum, yum. It's time for a tasty and refreshing snack. Promise to satisfy your hunger, your thirst, your sweet tooth. So visit our refreshment center now. Let's go! Show starts in 7 minutes.
It's refreshment time, folks.
Taste that beats the others cold. Pepsi pours it on. Taste that beats the others cold. Pepsi pours it on.
Yum, yum. It's a meal in itself. our all-meat super dog. Enjoy one now.
Show starts in 6 minutes.
As everyone knows, rainbows usually have a treasure at the end. Let's follow this one and see if we can find the pot of gold.
Ah, there, and I suppose you've come to claim me treasure.
Well, we'd like to see the gold first.
Faith, and there's better than gold in here, me lad. No, just look here now.
Candy, refreshing soft drinks, popcorn. Treasure, but anyone can buy luscious treats like these at the snack bar.
You don't tell me. Do you suppose you could get me a job as a snack bar attendant?
Okay, welcome back to Tales from SYL Ranch, where everyone is entitled to my opinion. And I'm Bill Stone. Please do, if you like what I'm doing, please like, sub, hit the notification bell. That notification bell is important because otherwise you may not be notified if I put something up or if I go into a live stream. So, back into my chat here real quick. Yep, go to the lobby. Where is everyone? Well, there's some here. Oh, Gulf Coast, North Carolina with Marshall, yeah. Drive-ins make a comeback. Well, probably not. I think after this is all over, this insanity is over. What is off? I think after this insanity is over. Oh, I see. Okay. I think after this insanity is over, movie theaters are going to be on the way out. I mean, everybody's gotten used to sitting at home and watching stuff. A lot of people streaming things. It's amazing. Ellen, you went to a drive-in once. There are 4 drive-in movie theaters still in Nebraska. They're all in very small towns. It's why I do these live streams on Tuesdays for I do live watch parties for Stargirl now. And that character lives in Blue Valley, Nebraska. It is not a real place, but they have been very, very kind to us. You can hear me talking, right? I'm from Nebraska. You can hear me talking. I am speaking in what's called a general American accent. It is a non-accent. It does not really exist anywhere. It is an artificial accent that is put on largely by news anchors and stuff like that. If I were to speak in my own natural sort of Nebraska dialect, see, once I get started, it's hard to stop. If I was going to talk in my own natural accent, it kind of sounds like this. You know, you get a lot of slightly different pronunciations and stuff like that, but we don't have a southern accent, which is what they usually portray us as. And our small towns are not full of hicks and rubes. Most of the people who are in agriculture, and a lot of the land in Nebraska is agriculture, although the half of our population lives in one city, 1 million of them live in one city. But there's a lot of small towns out there, and they have been very kind to us on that show. They have depicted the small town fictional town of Blue Valley as a real Nebraska town. It's very nice. And they have a drive-in movie theater there. And I didn't think we had any left in Nebraska, so I was going to ding them on that one. But then I found out there was 4, and I went, okay, all right. Fictional small towns, fictional drive-in movie theater. That's fine with me. I'll go back to my back to the drive-in. I've most recently time I went to a drive-in. There's one in Mitchell, South Dakota. That's not too terribly far from I-90. Took my kids and ex there one time, and that was a lot of fun. Drive-ins are a heck of a lot of fun if you got small kids, particularly. I want to use that for when I break on my gaming stream. Yeah, hope you don't mind. Give me credit for something like that. Credit me with anything, man. I'm trying to push myself marketing-wise, and I don't know the first thing about it. So, let's see. Oh my God. Larry says Trump said he will make executive order curtailing big tech censorship. I don't know how he's going to do that. The thing about that, well, let me get on to this next one. Playboy Cartel. They have broken into the Mall of America. Really? Hadn't heard that. Oh man, if they've gotten into Mall of America, where is that with respect to this? Let me copy you here. Well, let's just do some. We will do some directions, and we'll start with Mall of America in Bloomington, Minnesota, which I have been to multiple times. That's an awfully far place to have gotten to Mall of America. I would have to wonder about that one. So let's get back to the police precinct. Is Nebraska still German? Not really. Although the original settlers here tended to be of Scandinavian, German background. It's you know, people want to think that we're real racist around here because we have a lot of white people. No, it's just because a lot of our ancestors were white. There are plenty of black people here now. Particularly if you go to Omaha, you will see a wide range. You know, Omaha's 1 million people. You'll see all kinds of different, nationalities. At the end of the Vietnam War, we had an enormous influx of Vietnamese. We have a very large Vietnamese population here. It's not racist. It's just the way that it turned out in terms of the settling of this area. Alan, we'll have to correspond, but I'm sure to leave you my email. Sure, feel free. Can we figure out a way to promote one another? That's cool. Awesome. That'd be wonderful. I guess I don't mind giving out my email here. I use it for this all the time. I am SYLRanch at SYLRanch.tv. If you go to my website at SYLRanch.tv, there's a contact form there as well, and you can use that if you want to. My pseudo producer is telling me that he doesn't see any verification of Mall of America problems. Again, looking at the map, that is so far south. I would find it difficult to believe that they'd gone down there. I mean, maybe they have. I don't know. Let's look real quick if I can figure out where I hid the window. So many windows in so little time. I thought I had that Snapchat. There it is. Let's reload the Snapchat. I'll put that up in front of that map. Let me reload that. Now the Snapchat map here is showing where people have taken videos or pictures, and you can see that the redder it gets, the more people have done that. You can see it's pretty well. It's not exactly. There's Lake Street. Man, there's a bunch of them over here up, I guess, where Minnehaha turns into 20-something, I think I saw. So there's a lot of stuff going on up there. The AFTV is closing the stream out. Which one is that? I'm not sure I've even seen that stream. But yeah, feel free to get a hold of me, Alan. I'd be happy to work with you. That'd be great. I have been slowly inching up to 300 or so. I'm about 225, probably more now after this. I've seen people subscribing to me, but I've got something a bit over 200 followers. Been working at this for quite a long time, but to be honest, I never expected to be successful on YouTube. I long ago analyzed it before I started doing this as basically a full-time thing. I'm retired, and so this is my main hobby. This is what I do, and I figured out a long time ago that if you really want to be successful on YouTube, you got to have 5 attributes. You have to be charismatic, young, attractive, female, and a gamer. If you got all 5, you at least have some chance of being successful. If you got a combination of 4 or less so much, if you've got none of them, like me, you might as well forget it. But I never really expected to be very successful. And beyond that, anytime you get into any kind of artistic endeavor, it's an uphill battle. When I was an actor, I mean, there are, you'll always hear about the big name stars and stuff, but for every one of those, there's another 5,000 of them that you'll never hear about because they're waiting tables their entire lives. So it's just hard to do anything artistic like that. Awesome, you'll be in touch. Thank you very much. I appreciate your kind comments about my content. Well, I appreciate it again, Alan, rather. I'm glad you found me. Happy to have more viewers and more subs, so that's great. The scanner for the police is essentially dead now, which makes sense if they're bringing in National Guard. National Guard isn't going to operate on anything but encrypted frequencies. Cub Foods is now on fire, East 28th Street and 26th Avenue. Napa is being looted at 33rd and East Lake Street. So that's where we are. All right, let me put my Snapchat back down underneath everything else. Okay. Back's starting to hurt. I got that arthritis in my lower back. I may have to give my chiropractor a call tomorrow and see if he can give me something. I have good luck with a chiropractor on my lower back. The arthritis isn't bad enough that my doctor wants to treat it medically, so I find that works pretty well. I really wish I knew what this building over here was. I really wish I knew what that was. Because it's a big building, and it's going to burn to the ground. It's going to absolutely burn to the ground. You see that chair? People about, like what are they bringing, their marshmallows? Jeez. Construction fire? Oh, is that what, okay, Marshall's saying he thinks that's a construction fire, so that's certainly possible. It's hard to tell from the roof of the thing anymore whether or not it ever had a roof, but it's a big-ass building, that's for sure. I can't tell for sure. I guess there's some crane thing maybe next to it. I can't tell if that's a pole or not. Oh, they're about to burn through some nice wires up there. Oh, I bet you guys in Minneapolis are going to have some endless fun with telephone and internet and oh, what luck. So, yeah, that's where we are right now. The place is burning down. Agenda-free TV just shut down. I don't know. Marshall, as I say, you can feel free to take off any time. I'm probably going to sit around here at least until such time as I get some confirmation that we have National Guard on the scene and what they're doing. Depending on what they do, it could be a massive powder keg. A really massive powder keg. If they start having to shoot people, it's going to get ugly, not just in Minneapolis, but many other places. Never thought something like this would happen in Minneapolis, so I'm no longer absolutely certain that it couldn't happen in Lincoln, Nebraska. But we have been very lucky. I mean, part of this is fueled by the fact that you're dealing with a lot of very upset, frustrated people who've been sitting in their homes, going stir crazy. Here in Lincoln and in most of Nebraska, we do not have, even in Omaha, our largest city, we don't have very many actual cases of COVID. And I think the total deaths in the state is like 850. In my city of 340,000, our death rate is 9 the last time I checked. So they haven't had us locked down. They want us to wear masks and stuff like that. But they haven't had us in lockdown. They have killed all of our businesses. They did that. They closed all the businesses. And I got a little more of this than I'd like because they shut down the gyms and all that. Not surprisingly, I don't know how the hell you would keep a gym, anything like sterile. But yeah, Marshall's saying that his guess is that once they arrive on the scene, the protesters will back off, especially with morning so close. Yeah, one hopes so. Let's see. Alan is saying, imagine if the mob was guarding a construction site with Tommy guns. Would that fly today? No, you ain't gonna get no Tommy guns anymore. That's no. If they had to do anything particularly violent, that would be just a powder keg. It would be a powder keg potentially for the entire country. So. But yeah, I certainly hope that they back down. If you're good on good terms with God, pray for it suddenly to drop to 20 degrees below zero, as it does in the winter time in Minneapolis, and that will probably send everybody back home. Sadly, I don't know what the temperature is out there. Here it's like, what is it? It is still. Get rid of all those. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. I got a ton of notifications. It is still 65 degrees out. It was over 70 today, so it was a very nice day. I imagine it's probably about the same in Minneapolis, unfortunately. But as a business owner, could you guard your property? Is that illegal? Probably not, as long as you don't shoot anybody. We had a guy earlier this evening who was at his pawn shop and did shoot somebody, and he got arrested. I think if you're old enough to remember the Rodney King riots, there was very famously a Korean shop owner who didn't shoot anybody, but he stood out in front of his store and occasionally fired in the air to scare them off. I think you could do that and get away with it. Alan says, say you were a gun collector and you had your M60 and you just wanted to protect your sovereignty. Well, you'd still have problems if you actually shot anybody here. In terms of protecting your sovereignty, I'm a libertarian. I think we've unfortunately handed all of our individual freedoms over to our government during this COVID thing, and they're never going to give them back. Because there's only one way that you ever achieve freedom, and that is revolution. It doesn't change. That's the only way. There is no other way. You can look back in history. There is no other way. You can have your government collapse, but mostly it's just revolution. Let's see. Minneapolis weather currently 62 degrees, high of 77 today. So yeah, about the same as it is here, strangely enough. Usually you get much farther than 100 or so miles, maybe 200 miles north of here, and all of a sudden the temperature drops like crazy. Winters in Lincoln can be reasonable, and then you drive up to Minneapolis and it's 20 below, and you're just like, oh my God, you know. So, but we're still watching they burned out the cars around this building. Good Lord. What this is going to look like in the morning. I mean, the fires won't even be out by morning. Hopefully they won't have spread too far. Okay, that's the building that's got the crane over it. I see the crane over that building. That's the construction one. I saw a big white crane on there. Opinion on Biden. I talk politics from time to time. I'm a libertarian. I'll do that. I think Biden is going senile. I don't think he knows where he is half the time. I've watched some of the stuff. He had to be led off a stage once by his wife because he didn't know he was done. I think his mind is going. He's going to get steamrolled by Trump. He stands zero chance whatsoever. Trump is going to be in office until 2024. There's nothing anybody can do about it. And I am concerned about what might happen when he's reelected. I mean, you saw the left go completely insane. And they still are. They still are kind of insane. And when you've been insane, you know, my parents are both psychologists. My youngest kid is getting her PhD in psychology. She's going to be a practicing psychologist. When you have a mental disorder like that for so long, you know, more than 8 years, you know, because that's how long he's going to be in office, is 8 years. When you have a disorder for that long, it does things in your brain, and it's really hard to come back from. You have to want to come back from a disorder like that. They're crazy now. I mean, they've just gone crazy. And when it happens again, when Biden loses, they're pinning all their hopes on him. I'm like, you're nuts. I mean, Trump doesn't even have to say anything on a debate stage. He can just stand there silent and watch Biden dig his own grave. And so he doesn't stand a chance, and I'm really rather worried about the people who are already crazy and what's going to happen as a result of that. You know, and when he's out, when he's finally gone, 8 years worth of being crazy. Better part of a decade, almost a decade when you consider the time he took, you know, campaigning in 2015, 2016, almost better part of a decade. That messes with your head. You have to go to a psych and want to change. But they don't recognize they're crazy, so they'll never change. That's my generally thing, so. Well, I appreciate liking my honesty. I try to be honest whenever I can, whether it comes out like people want it or not. Hang on a second, I'm reading something here. Marshall's talking about something with respect to the social distancing in stores and stuff. Oddly enough, Marshall, all of our stores, convenience stores, everything, near the checkout counters, they have marks on the floor. They have big blue things on the floor that say "Stand here," and they're 6 or 7 feet apart. And the grocery stores have changed so that aisles are only one way. I don't get it. You're still breathing in all the recycled air that every single person who came in and out of that grocery store 24/7. It seems just ridiculous to me. Yeah, I needed a donation button, hilarious. Well, thank you very much. I can't do donations on here. I don't have enough, I can't do super chats and stuff. You're certainly happy if you go to my website, and usually, I don't think I do this time because I was getting into this stream really fast. I'll probably change the description afterwards. But if you go to sylranch.tv, I believe it's /donate, but if you go to sylranch.tv, there are ways that you can support me. I take money. I will also I have some things on a Amazon wish list. You can buy those for me. So the only thing I don't do is cryptocurrency. And there's a bunch of reasons for that I won't go into right now, but I don't bother with cryptocurrency, but but anyway, I can't do donations inside my channel because I don't qualify for it. I also occasionally do some merch. I don't have any out there right now because I have to come up with the artwork that goes along with the merch, and that takes my time and effort, and has to be the right size and the right resolution, and it gets crazy. And I changed fairly recently. My sylranch.tv domain name is, I don't know, it's several months old now. I guess I got it in January. So Larry says, USB stick of Linux. I got one of those. I have multiple of those. I actually have one that allows me to simply drop ISO files into particular directories. Then if you boot off of that USB stick, and it's this big, it's just tiny. It's a 128 gigabyte USB thumb drive this big. I can boot anything off of it. I can boot Windows off of it. I have multiple Linux distributions. I have a full distribution of Kali Linux, which is used for forensics and stuff like that in IT. I can boot off of that if I want to. I've also got, the same version of Linux that Edward Snowden used that leaves no footprint behind. I can plug that into any computer and suddenly have Linux that no one will ever know about or see. Let's see. Well, thank you very much, Alan, for sharing my stuff, and I thank you very much. I appreciate it. I don't know what to say. I'm very flattered that you would think I'm doing so. Let's see. Whoops. Let's see. Joshimi Robot 82. Why would you shoot at a mob? Are they that are angry? Well, they have torched about 10, well, not torched, but either torched or destroyed businesses or looted them in about a 10-block area. And the guy who is currently acting as sort of a producer for me, he just told me about a client that he had, a doctor. They broke into his office, stole all the money, stole all the drugs, and then torched the place. Me, I'd want to protect that. Now, I wouldn't necessarily shoot at anyone. I think that would be a bad idea. But if you shot in the air, if you just over your head and make sure it's not going to hit anybody, I might do that. It's what the Korean shop owner did during the Rodney King riots. You get famous pictures of him out there doing it. Well, thank you, Val, and I'm glad you like my being funny. I try sometimes. Larry says the microwave gun would be cool to have. Yeah, I'm hoping. If they don't start dispersing when the National Guard shows up and they've been called up. Surprised they're not there already. Maybe they are and we're just not seeing them. But I certainly do hope that if they can't do anything else, they have one of those microwave guns. That would clear them out instantly. Just drive down the street with that pointing out and they'll dive out of the way. Yeah, warning is certainly better. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm a libertarian, so we're the party of weed and guns, rather, not at the same time. But, I certainly believe in self-protection, but you got to be smart about it. You don't just start shooting people willy-nilly. Some of them will run, but with a thing like this, somebody's going to get you. And there's people out there in this crowd with guns. Some of the stores they looted had guns, and some of them took it. And we've seen them on both this and other feeds, just walking around with, pistols in their hands. So you wouldn't want to necessarily shoot any of these guys. But, shooting over their heads to scare them, I could see that. And Bowen, nice to see you. First time I've seen you something. Lots of places are on fire, not just the police station. Yes, what you're seeing over here is not the police station. They have torched multiple businesses that have burned to the ground because the riot is so large and the crowds are so large that they cannot respond to it. The fire department now is doing triage. They're going where they can, where they think they can save a building, where they think they can't. They're letting it burn to the ground. And there's about a 10-block area that has been looted or burned. There's stores that they set on fire. They went into a Target. I'll show you on the map. This is the police station where most of this is centered. This is a Target over here. They completely looted it and then started it on fire. There is an auto parts, this AutoZone auto parts here across the street from that. Gone. Burned to the ground. These people are violent and dangerous. If you're anywhere near them, get the hell out. Let's see. Marcia says, I don't believe the precinct. Yeah, the precinct headquarters is not on fire. The one thing that the cops were actually able to. Somebody's shooting off fireworks now. God. The main thing the police were able to do was to save that police precinct station. Not much of anything else. They were completely overrun. They had to call in first the state police, the state troopers. Then they canceled them and called in the National Guard, and we're just kind of waiting for those guys to show up at this point. But yeah, it's horrifying out there. There's going to be a lot of property damage, hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of dollars in property damage. It's amazing. I think if you were out there right now and you looked up in the sky, all you would see would be smoke. That would be all you'd see. Jashimi says, oh, you got your roommate listening, no pressure. I just do what I do. Jashimi says the police station is also the headquarters for Minneapolis 311. Not only the police work there, FYI. I had no idea. I didn't know that. All I can see is the police station from the air and from street views, so I don't. I've been to Minneapolis many times, but I've never been in this part of the city, not ever. Bowen, thanks for answering. Oh, absolutely. I answer everybody. I don't have a large enough viewership to, have my chat screaming by so fast that it's impossible to keep up with. I can answer everybody because of that. So it's one of the nice things about being a small creator. You get to talk to everybody as opposed to, just grabbing the people who gave you a super chat or a donation in super chat. Not that it matters. I can't get a super chat. I don't qualify. But I'll answer anybody. I will answer any questions from anyone at almost any time. If I'm doing a live stream, throw it out there. I'll answer the questions. So now they have some vehicles moving on, at least this street. That's Lake Street. Okay, so that's Lake Street is over on the map. Is this street here beside the thing? That is the police department. Oh my God. I think these people are finally starting to clear out. They've got cars moving in front of the police station, which they couldn't do before. Just as a point of reference, let me go into Street View here. You can kind of see it from that last shot. This is the police department. We actually saw that in the last shot, and people are driving down Lake Street, which is the street down here. Oh, thank God. I think they're finally going away. It's not going to be a fun morning for them, but man. Oh, gosh. Mall of America's fine. Don't believe the rumors. It looked, yeah, Jashimi, it looked, when I looked at did directions on the map, it was so far south. It would have been a hell of a drive for these people to make. Let's see. Larry says, I'm watching popular channels less and less because chat flies by. I like some of them. I will usually hop into Jessie Milestone's live stream. She's been doing a lot of them. It's coronavirus live stream. I got to have something to do with my life, sort of deal. And she and I have, we're acquaintances. Let's put it that way. She and I have various times corresponded with each other about various things, and so we're kind of acquaintances. So when I pop in, and if I say something, she'll call me out, and it's kind of nice. Well, I tell you, we are seeing over here that building is the police station, and we are clearly having normal traffic now. The fires are burning, but I think most of the people are going home. So it now has been, let's see, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. God, I've now been on here like 5, 6 hours now, 6.5. I tell you what, it looks like it is starting to calm down, thank goodness. So I think I can probably be safe in probably taking a hike and going to bed. Yes, I actually was once on Jessie Milestone's channel. She was taking calls. And I was able to call her up, and I talked about my experience watching Star Wars for the first time in 1977. What the hell? As long as I'm about to go. Yeah, Jashimi, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'll take off shortly, but let me tell you the Star Wars story. So I went to see Star Wars for the very first time, 1977. I was 12 years old. And the theater that I went to it at was a CinemaScope theater. Now, if you don't know what that is, a CinemaScope screen is a very, very large screen that curves around. So if you're sitting, facing it, it's curving around like this. Well, Star Wars, of course, was just jam-packed at every single showing, but I got there, and I got there late enough that there weren't any good seats left. So I had to sit dead center, front row. That turned out to be a really good piece of bad luck, because I had, at those times, that theater was huge. I looked it up once. It doesn't exist anymore, but it seated something like 1,600 people. So I had to sit dead center, front row, and it didn't have a parallax distortion, because at that time, the distance between you and the screen was about 30 feet. So I had this gigantic screen, and it filled my field of view from top to bottom. I mean, it was just totally filled it. And then, because it curved, it filled my field of view all the way out to the peripheral vision. And Star Wars was shot in CinemaScope, in point of fact. If you look at it, you can tell, because it's very letterboxed. That was amazing. That was utterly amazing. Seeing Star Wars totally immersed. It was more immersive, frankly, than modern IMAX. And I'll never forget it. It's one of the reasons Star Wars always pops up there as one of my 2 favorite movies. Vacillating whether Star Trek 2 is the best one or not. But that was an astonishing experience, being 12 years old and doing that. For years after that, I would sit dead center, front row, until the theaters got smaller and smaller, and the space between the screen made it turn into a bad parallax distortion. Yes, Larry was shot in 70 millimeter, but it looked amazing, just amazing on a CinemaScope screen. It was just astonishing. Really, really good experience. So I got on to talk about that with her. So, Anyhow, it is now 3:30 in the morning where I'm at. Oh, man, I have to go someplace for a doctor tomorrow. I've forgotten where. I think it's like 12:30. I got a whole battery of tests that they're doing on me just as a regular thing, so. Did they get to the Arby's across the police station? Yes, they did, much earlier this evening. They got to that Arby's, and they robbed them blind right through the drive-through window. So, yes, they got to the Arby's. You saw 2001 Incinerama? Oh, that would be cool. I would love to see 2001. Another one I'd like to see would be Forbidden Planet. Oh, I would love to see that in an actual theater, on a big screen. That would be cool. Anyhow, it's getting late. I got things to do in the morning. So I am going to find my stuff here. Let's see. Oh, promo, yes. Do like, sub, hit the notification bell, share me on social media, and to tell all of your friends, family, neighbors, pets, and livestock to do the same. I've had a wonderful time here. I'm oddly enough not too terribly tired. Just my back is killing me. But aside from that, I'm going to go crash until probably I have to get up to go to this doctor's thing, which I've forgotten what it is. They're doing a bunch of let's see, it's a CT scan and something else, but it's been years since I've had one, and it's just time. It's probably been about 10 years since I've had one. So we will take us out. Let me see if I can do this. We will take us out with some cake. So again, Tales from SYL Ranch, Bill Stone, also known as the Fandai Master, because I have watched, read, and listened to over 100 years worth of science fiction, which means that nothing is new. Yep, cake, except it's not as much fun when it's you. So do like, sub, hit the notification bell. That's really important, otherwise you won't know if I put something up. Colonoscopy is fun. That's June 8th. That's June 8th that I get to have that. So, I will talk to you all later. Thank you very much for watching. That is all the time that we have today for this episode of Tales from SYL Ranch, where everyone is entitled to my opinion. And I'm Bill Stone.
Ultimate power in this world has always been one simple thing: the control and manipulation of minds.